स्विच बोलता रहूँगा तो उसको बोलना फिर दूसरे लोग तो कमेंट नहीं सुनते रहना
संजू सर चेक करना और लेफ्ट चलो सर फिर ब्लैक जाएगा ना सर लाइन में आ जाओ विषय फिर राइट आ जाओ विषय तो राइट आ जाओ फिर विषय तो राइट चलो जहां और राहुल लोग उसका पास चलो और जहां राहुल है उधर चलो बस उधर डालो
starting. उसका मतलब ये है कि रेस कमेटी इज रेडी टू स्टार्ट द रेस.
पहले वो एपी डाला था ना, ये अभी भी ऊपर है, वो अभी एपी डाउन करेगा.
Hello, good morning and welcome everyone to the 4th YAI Northeast Regatta 2026. We are at Umiam Lake. This is day 3 of racing and we will have the second race which will start for Optimist class of boat as well as Ilka 6 class of boat. So here you can see the race committee has taken a bit of time to set up the course. The wind has swung and is now slowly picking up. Meanwhile, the first race is already done and we are awaiting the start of second race. You can notice the race committee is ready to give the start. The orange flag is up and pretty soon we will have the second race starting. So unlike the normal races, because of the lake conditions, the race committee has decided to make the start a 3-minute start instead of 5. So the young sailors need to be attentive and need to plan their strategy right away. Having said, we have beautiful winds today and we also have a techno race that will go on. So here you can see the 3-minute start signal for the Optimist is up. So you'll see a lot of sailors now approaching the start line. Let's see if we can scan the whole race start, if we can zoom out a bit. Yes, with this you can notice how long is the start line, and as of now it does look like the line is pretty square. So most of these sailors would opt to just start in the first line. At the moment all these sailors are on the left hand side of the racing area. And here all racing rules apply. You can see all these Opti sailors now sitting on the line and will ensure they remain close to the starting line because it is going to be a very quick start. So at the moment it does look like the fleet is quite spread out. Most of the sailors opting to go towards the left hand side of the course. So most of them aiming to start from the pin. Let's see if we can zoom out further to see the whole starting line. Yes, and a little bit right, please. Perfect. So you can notice all these sailors now opting to go towards the pin. So definitely most of them think that there is new pressure that is going to come from the left and they would prefer to play the shifts on the left. So you can see clearly a lot of boats opting to go towards the pin. At the moment quite a few sailors are on the left hand side, middle left of the starting line. So I think the one on the pin, whoever gets the clear start will definitely have an advantage and will need to then ensure that he or she is able to tack on top of the fleet and able to maintain their lead. And just behind them you can also notice Ilka 6 sailors who are now witnessing the start of the Optimist sailors. So less than 1 minute left for the race to start. We have majority of the fleet approaching the pin and it's going to be difficult for the race committee to keep a track because there are a lot of sailors who are approaching the line from the middle and it does seem a little chaotic.
एक बार स्टार्ट होने के बाद जस्ट फॉलो थ्रू करना है, वो फिर आई थिंक फॉलो कर पाएगा.
So the race is underway. Majority of the fleet So I happened to miss the start a bit, but yeah, most of the sailors. Is it a general recall? Can we pan on the race committee once? Let's just see if we can see left if it is a general recall. Yes, indeed, it is a general recall. So all these boats will have to come back to the starting area. I think most of the boats were OCS, and because of that, the race committee would have decided to put the general recall. They would not be able to track all the boats. So definitely, right after this, the race committee would decide to put a black flag up, which will ensure that most of these sailors will remain under the line. So at the moment, race committee has given clear instruction to the boat at the pin mark to note down all the boats that are going to be OCS. So this is going to be a difficult start for these sailors. They need to ensure that they remain behind the starting course. Beautiful visuals out here from the drone. You can see the landscape behind. The geography is exceptionally beautiful. But having said that, it also does become a challenge when the wind is coming between these mountains. So it swings a lot, and it actually favors those who understand the wind shift better. So most of these sailors, there are quite a few sailors from lake cities. So we have sailors from Bhopal and Hyderabad who sail in a lake, so they tend to understand these conditions far better when compared to sailors from Mumbai and Chennai. But irrespective, these are the top sailors from the country, and actually we have quite a few international sailors racing out here. We have sailors from Malaysia, Sri Lanka, and various other countries like Russia racing in this fleet. So it is an international fleet, and having said that, all these sailors are really good sailors, so it shouldn't be a difficult challenge for them. And today will be a lot more interesting because I have the race result sheets from the previous races, so we will be able to track the top sailors out here. So meanwhile, we'll take a short break, and we'll be back soon. The second race is going to be starting very soon. It is the general recall at the moment, and pretty soon the race committee will get going with race number 2 for day 3 in the Opti and Ilka 6 and Techno. Stay tuned. So we are back, and we have the second race starting soon. We are at the Umiam Lake, and this is the fourth YAI Northeast Regatta 2026. We have the Opti main fleet, which will be starting the race pretty soon. Let's see if we can pan a little right and zoom out to get a better visual of the starting course. Here you can see a top angle of the fleet. We have 47 sailors who are racing in the Opti main fleet. We have boys and girls racing together, and then the result sheet like bifurcates them. So right now they are racing together, so it is a big fleet out here. 47 boats fighting it out to be on the top. At the moment we have a Malaysian sailor who is leading the pack with just 8 points and has been the most consistent. His name is Muhammad Afendi, and yeah, right now his score is 8. So right now you can see just 1 minute to go. With that, most of the boats are opting to be near the pin, so they are approaching the pin side on the left hand side of the course. A lot of these sailors are opting to be on the left, so it does look like the new pressure is going to come from the left, and with that aim most of the sailors are opting to remain near the pin. So it does feel like the pin might be favorable, but knowing the race officer, it should be square. So let's see how the start goes. So with that, we are underway. You can see good start out there from the pin. There is 4 boats on the first line, and I think it was a black flag, so most of the sailors did remain at least half a boat length behind the start line. So with that, the boats on the pin side are in advantage at the moment. It does look like there is more pressure from the left. So good start out there with the main fleet. Let's see if we can zoom into the first few boats on the left to see who are these sailors who have opted to be on the left, and at the moment does look like they are getting a distinct advantage by being on the left. Here is a visual which gives us better understanding of the fleet. Lot of the sailors, actually top few sailors, did get a good start and are definitely capitalize on it. So here it does look like at the moment the left is paying for these sailors. So the fleet is spread out. We have quite a few boats on the right who will be hoping and waiting for a wind shift, whereas we have quite a few sailors on the left who are in a better pressure and are much faster than the boats on the right. So it's a complete spread out here between the 47 boats. You can see a lot of these sailors preferring to tack continuously to ensure they are playing the shift. So right now the leader is MAS 902, so somebody to watch out for, closely followed by an Indian girl with sail number 1770. So these are top 2 sailors that we need to watch out for, and the third at the moment in the fleet race is a sailor from Malaysia. It's a girl with sail number 903. So these are the top 3 that we will be trying and following. But having said that, you can see the whole fleet actually at the moment it does look like it is lifting. So the guys on the left of the course will have a distinct advantage. So it's going to be a difficult task for the sailors from the right to come back onto the course in left to be able to get back in the race. At the moment it does feel like the sailors on the left have a distinct advantage while reaching the windward mark. But in a lake race, a lot can change over a period of time, and even yesterday we did happen to. So we were racing in the same course and the same area, and yesterday it was so shifty that every now and then both the sides were paying, both left and right. So you have to find pressures and gust on water to be able to get a better positions. So you have to play the shifts, and this is where all the skills and understanding of the wind comes into play. With that, we have a lot of spectators as well watching the race from the land. So this is one of the beautiful aspect of sailing at Umiam Lake. You can see the racing from the land. Meanwhile, you can also see the background, the geography. It is hills all around, and which makes it beautiful as well as tricky for the sailors. Here you can see MAS 903, the girl who is in the top 3, struggling out there with the tack and may get penalized. So a bit of a struggle out there for the sailor. You can, with this visual itself, you can understand how tricky the sailing conditions are. The girl tried tacking couple of times, and yeah, so lost out 3 or 4 boats just because of a bad tack. So the wind is swinging, and at the moment it does look like a lot of the sailors are deciding to be on the port tack while approaching the starboard ley line. So the pressure completely coming from the left, and it is an advantage. You can see the boats on the left are actually 2 or 3 degrees higher than the sailors who are sailing on the right. The right sailors have to sail 2 degrees lower and are sailing a header. So at some point they will be required to tack and come back, but they will be behind all the sailors who are on the left. So left completely paying for these young sailors, and it is something that the Ilka 6 sailors also will be watching from behind. They will be having their start coming up shortly, but at the moment we have sailors from the left who are in an advantage. So at the moment it does look like the first boat will have at least 5 or 6 boat lengths lead if he is able to cover the fleet. There is small pressure on the left, so the key is to get into that pressure as soon as possible. So you can see the difference here from the drone shot, that the sailors on the right have to sail 2 degrees lower than the boat sailing on the left, who are in a different pressure and sailing a higher angle. So in lake sailing it does make a huge difference to find these pressure patches and sail in them, because it gives you better angles to reach the windward mark.
It's further down, like just behind the main stage. Main stage. Just keep going straight, and there is a big stage where, I mean, it's a massive stage. It's just behind that, and the path is actually you go straight, and you'll have to take a left. It will say boat.
So now a lot of the sailors have decided to tack and get onto the starboard tack. This is the right side of the fleet who are now trying to go to the left, so they will be sailing a huge header. So big risk taken by all these guys who have decided to be on the right, and you can see they are struggling. They have to sail a long header to be there. And 1679, as I can see. So 1679 is Jargav Kumar, and is in the 19th position at the start of this day. So clearly struggling. Actually, the sailor who's leading the race, you can see him on the screen. MAS 902, Kisrali Mohammad Effendi is leading the event so far. At the start of the day, his score was just 8 points, but at the moment he is struggling in this race. So the beauty in sailing is you can discard one of your races by if you have done less than 10 races, then it is one discard. If it is more than 10 races, you have to discard. So you can afford to have one bad race, and at the moment it does look like it is a bad race for Mohammad Effendi. So let's see if we can get better visual of the top 5 sailors. Here you can see the 5 sailors, at least 6 sailors who are fighting it out for the first position. The first boat does have 2 or 3 boat lengths lead, but it is going to be very tricky as the wind will be from behind, and the sailors who are in 2nd, 3rd, 4th position will try and cover up the wind of the first sailor. So here we have a beautiful visual of sailors rounding the windward mark. This is their first beat, so they are rounding the mark for the first time and will be heading towards the offset mark. So tough condition for these sailors. Whoever has opted to go right, in the first beat, it did pay left. So let's see if we can follow the leaders who of this fleet. With that said, we have the Ilka 6 also underway. We have Ilka 6 sailors who are racing on the same course as the Opti but have a longer course when compared. So we have 13 sailors who are racing in the Ilka 6 category. It is an open category with sailors from MSN, Malaysia, TSC, YCH, NSS, USC who are racing in this fleet. We have about 13 sailors, mix of both boys and girls. At the moment, Amar Jaiswal from TSC is leading the event. At the start of the day, had a total point of 6. So he will be trying to extend his lead on overall, and closely followed by Mohammad Aswani from Malaysia, who is just 3 points behind. So he will try and finish in the top 3 to see if they will be able to catch up. Here we are seeing. Here you have a better visual which will give you an understanding of what is happening on the course. We have the Opti on their downwind leg. This is the first downwind of the Opti sailors. Meanwhile, the Ilka 6 sailors are on their first upwind leg. So something that the Ilka 6 sailors will need to keep clear of is the Opti sailors who are coming on downwind leg. So it is going to be a little difficult for them to go through and will require them to constantly keep changing their course. Meanwhile, a lot of the Ilka sailors, just like the Opti sailors, are opting to go to the left of the course. As you can see, there is one boat who is going from complete left to right, and actually unlike the Optis, there are few Ilka 6 sailors who are able to gain positions from the right. So a bit of a mix out there. Here you can see the Opti main fleet. Here are the top 4 sailors who are approaching leeward mark to round and go back on the beat. So the second boat opting to jibe and just go behind the first boat, and would be trying to cover his wind so that he can close the gap. So close racing between 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. They will be approaching the mark, so the mark rounding will be very crucial for the mid pack. You can see the rest of the 10 boats close to one another, and at the bottom mark would be fighting for room. With that, the first boat has been able to hold his position, and here is the gate mark, and most of the boats will be opting to go for the right mark at the bottom because they would want to go on the left side of the course. You can see the first 3-4 boats actually approaching the mark and deciding to go rounding it on the right, on the starboard side. So with that, the first boat has rounded, closely followed by the second boat, and the first is 1621. He had a bad rounding and is stuck. So I think he got stuck with the mark. He is struggling out there and has lost quite a few boats. With that, we have 1728 who is leading. So I think the sailor 1621 is stuck with the rope extended from the mark. So clearly 1728 has taken the advantage. Let's see who is 1728. So 1728 is Dang, a local sailor from Umiam, from USC, Umiam Sailing Club, doing really well in this race. Overall, he is 32nd, but I think so far he has done extremely good job out here to be in the top pack. The second beat will be a challenge for him, and let's see if he will be able to maintain this lead. All he needs to do is tack on top of the fleet and maintain his lead, but it's not easier said than done. It's going to be super difficult for him to maintain his lead. He needs to ensure that he constantly keeps sailing the lifts and with that he also has to keep constantly changing his course for the other opti sailors who are still on their downward leg. So tough job out there for the young sailor Dang, who is a local hero, with the sail number 1728 doing really well, but will have challenge coming in from 1673 and 1716. 1716 is a girl, Ramiza Banu from YCH, and with that Ramiza Banu has crossed, and a bad tack actually from Deang. It is not a good idea to tack underneath the fleet, but at the moment he does seem desperate, so he has made that error, but at least will be able to be with the top pack, and for him to finish in top 10 would be a good result, seeing that at the moment he is 32nd and has not been doing well. Day one he did not go racing, so he had 3 DNCs, and yesterday he did manage to finish 13th and 20th, so a finish in the top 10 would be really good for him. With that, we have here is the top fleet, and actually the Malaysian sailor has ended up catching up. Sail number 903 is a girl who from Malaysia who is now in the top fleet. She has also shown consistent performance. The results so far have been 5, 6, 3, 6, 4, and is overall third. So let's see if we can follow the top leaders in the Opti. So here are the top guys. 1716. Let me see who is 16. So it is Ramiza Banu from YCH who is leading the race at the moment, with closely followed by Aldrin Anthony, a sailor from TSC, who is now giving a tough fight to her. So it's going to be a constant tacking game between the two, and Aldrin clearly struggling with the tack and decided to tack back to the port tack. So a good racing situation out there for the two, and Aldrin did lose out, so at the moment he is sailing a header, and a clear strategy would be to just tack away and sail the starboard tack towards the left hand side of the coast. So clearly he has done that, but he would have lost at least 3 boats. With that said and done, Diang is sailing really well. He is from the local club USC, and at the moment doing extremely well to be in the top fleet, closely followed by a Sri Lankan sailor with sail number 397. 397 is Harin, sailor from RCYC, who is doing extremely well to be in the top fleet. At the moment he does look like he is in the top 3. With that said and done, we also have the Ilka 6 sailors who are on the second leg, and you can see one of the sailors doing a penalty, so definitely has made some sort of a mistake and has decided to take a penalty. At the moment it does look like sail number 17 is leading the race in Ilka 6 class of boat. Let's see who is. So sail number 17 is a sailor from Malaysia. His name is Muhammad Asnawi, and at the moment is second overall, so he will be looking to cover the fleet and take the gun. So at the moment he is sailing a header and will decide to tack on top of the fleet, if I'm not wrong. So here are the leaders. We have sailor 1770. Let's see who is 1770. It is Shringari Roy, who is the top Indian sailor at the moment, second overall, and doing really well to remain consistent. So wind does seem a much more lighter. You can see her sitting inside the boat, trying to heel the boat to be able to power it, and you can also see her coach watching the race closely behind her. So at the moment the Sri Lankan sailor has crossed her from the left and on a port tack. So Shringari Roy, India number 1, is clearly struggling in this race, but does look like she will be able to finish in the top 5, seeing the position so far. Meanwhile, we have Aldrin Anthony, who is coming from the starboard tack towards the left, and he has decided to tack away as well. So just like the first beat, the second beat is also being a challenge for these sailors, and at the moment does look like wind is paying off from the left hand side of the course. You can see quite a few laser sailors out there. So here is the first boat, 1716, approaching the windward mark, 1716. 1716 is Ramiza Banu, who will be rounding the mark first, and with this she will have to tack twice to be able to make it to the mark. So 1673 had to avoid her while tacking, and it is actually the sailors from the left who had an advantage. We have 1820. Let's see who is 1820. 1820 is Aldrin Anthony, and he has been able to get the lead from Ramiza Banu and is leading the race at the moment. They are approaching the offset mark, closely followed by Ramiza Banu. Third is 1673. Let's see who is 1673. One 1673 is Yash from TSC. So quite a few sailors who have not been able to perform that well in the first 2 days are doing well on day 3. This is the race 2 of day 3, and with that we have the local boy with sail number 1728 doing extremely well with the name
जी जी पूरे इंडिया का हाँ जी हाँ अभी चल रहा है हाँ वो आगे है जी स्टेज के पीछे यहाँ से नीचे जाओगे आपको स्टेज दिखेगा.
So a lot of the spectators out here asking tough questions as to where they can go and see this race from. With that all said and done, we have the Ilka 6 sailors also rounding the mark. We have sail number 21 who has rounded first. And let's see who is sail number 21. Sail number 21, Akshat Kumar, sailor from NSS. Doing well. Let's see if we can follow the first few opti boats. If we have visuals for them. The sailors who are on their downwind leg going towards the finish. Let's see if we can see the first few opti boats who are on their downwind leg. Here you can see the boats, the opti boats out there who are fighting for first few positions. You can see the top 4 boats close to one another. With that we also have the Ilka 6 sailors on their downwind leg heading for their finish. So it's been an interesting race out here for all these sailors. Let's see if we can get a better angle for the first few boats. So we have the first boat, first opti sailor. It is tough to keep a track. Let's see if we can pan the camera a little more left to see if there is any other boat who is leading the race. At the moment it does seem like sail number 4014. I don't know if 4014 was part of the race and or is in the first. At the moment it does seem like the right hand side of the downwind leg is much better off than coming on the left. Sailors are in a different pressure and going faster, so the local sailor clearly doing really well out here. So your beautiful visual out here, you can see the Ilka 6 sailors as well as the opti sailors going for their downwind leg and going towards their finish. We have the Ilka 6 sailor with a massive lead with easily 4 to 5 boat lengths. Meanwhile the opti sailors are spread out and it is going to be a difficult challenge for them. lot of the opti sailors opting to go towards the right hand side of the coast where the pressure is much better. And with this spread, it is going to be a challenge for all the top 5 boats out here. So there can be, you can see at the bottom there are 2 boats fighting, and one of the boats taking the sailor off their proper course. So top 5-6 are completely fighting. Meanwhile, the Ilka 6 sailor is leading the race. At the mark rounding, we will get to know who are these sailors. At the moment, the left hand side boats are able to maintain their position so far. It does look like the first 2 boats will be clear ahead of the rest of the fleet, but there will be a good fight between the first 2. It does look like it is going to be Ramiza Banu and Altrin Anthony who will be fighting for the first position. We will only at the mark rounding we will get a better visual. So 1820 is Aldrin Anthony at the moment. Does look like is doing well and will be able to take this gun, closely followed by 1644. 1644 is Ravi Kumar B from YCH. So a good fight going on for the first few positions. Here we have the rest of the sailors. 1673. 1673 is Yash, sailor from TSC, who is overall at the 34th position but clearly doing well in this race. So it does look like the first Optimist and the Ilka 6 sailors have rounded the bottom mark and will be heading for the finish. At the moment, it does look like Muhammad Asnawi from Malaysia will take the gun. Actually, it is sail number 20. Sail number 21, Akshat Kumar, who has taken the gun in the Ilka 6 class, a boat with a massive lead. Akshat has managed to win this race. He is 7th overall at the start of this day and will get good points going in today. He is from NSS and has finished first. Meanwhile, the first Opti boat is approaching the finish line. Let's see if we can get the finish line view for the first boat. It is 1820. 1820 being Aldrin Anthony, who is finishing first in the Opti overall and has got the gun in the second race for Optimist, closely followed by 1644. 1644 is Ravi Kumar, at the moment 4th overall, but has got good finish in this race and will jump the gun. So 4th is Ravi Kumar. Let's see who will be finishing 3rd. So right now I can see the Sri Lankan sailor who is coming 3rd, who is finishing 3rd in this race. So with that, sail number 3 is finishing 4th. Sail number 3 is Andrea Kozlenikov, a sailor from SSF Russia, who finished 4th. And here is the finish for 5th. There are 3 boats fighting it out, and at the moment 1716 Ramiza Banu will take the 5th position, closely followed by 1728. 1728 is Diang, the local boy, doing really well. This will be his best finish so far, and with the next boat being 1673. 1673. Let's see if I can find who is 1673. So actually a good race out there. Sail number 17 really struggling in this light wind condition. The sailor from Malaysia not doing well. At the start of the day was overall 2nd, but with the present condition it does look like he is losing out positions. And the top leaders in this race have been struggling, with MAS 903 Mia Azrina struggling. The sailor from KSA has not done that well, and it will affect her position so far, closely followed by another Malaysian sailor with sail number 901. Okay, 901. 901 Sofia Binti, who is actually at 24th position. It will be a good finish for her. The rest of the Indian sailors really struggling. 1770. It is Shringari Roy. This is not her best finish so far. It is going to be a discard for her. She did finish post the top 10, so not a good finish for her at the moment. We have a sailor from Taiwan, Taipei, who is finishing the race now. With that, a lot of the top sailors also struggling in these conditions, and yes, so far it's been a difficult race for the top sailors. The top four really struggling out there and have not been able to finish, except Ravi Kumar. None of the top boys, like top boys or girls, were in the top fleet here. So, out of the box racing, a lot of the other sailors in different positions doing much better than the top sailors. So, consistency has been a challenge, but it does tend to happen in sailing when you have 12 races out there. You can afford to have one or two races which are bad. So clearly this being a discard for quite a few of the top sailors. So the biggest gainer so far has been Ravi Kumar, who has shown a consistent finish in this race by finishing fourth. So will have an advantage over the rest of the fleet and will be catching up with the top sailors. With that, we'll just take a quick break and we will be back for race 3 of the Opti and Ilka 6 sailors. We'll just be back with. I'll leave you with these visuals and I'll be back soon for race 3 of day 3 at the YA Northeast Regatta. This is the 4th edition. My name is Abhimanyu and I'll be back soon for the race 3.
ड्रॉप कर रेस 4 5
यार एक बार चेंजेस करने के बाद बता देना
And we are back live at 4th by Northeast Regatta 2026. This is day 3 of racing. We have the third race underway for the Opti main fleet and Ilka 6 shortly starting very soon. At the moment there is 3 minutes to go. The flag is up. All the boats are gearing up to be at the start line. We can see the race officials doing a great job out here. We have the 2 international race officers on board ensuring that the race is fair, led by Principal Race Officer Colonel Satish Kanwar, retired from the army, has done quite a few international races as well, so he is a top international race officer out there. With that, we also have Chandu sir, who is an international race officer as well. So both of them doing great job out there. At the moment, we have the Opti main fleet that is gearing up for their start. We have the starting signal up, and as we saw in the previous race, it was the sailors from the pin who got a distinct advantage right off the start. So it will be crucial to see what the sailors decide to do. At the moment, most of the fleet is near the committee boat, but will be heading towards the pin and will try to remain on the first line. So let's see if we can zoom out a bit to see the whole race line, and we can also see Ilka 6 sailors sailing the same course. Now, how do you identify an lady sailor? It's by seeing a diamond sticker on top of her sail. So here you can see 54437 having a diamond, which indicates it is a lady sailor sailing the Ilka 6 class of boat. Now, with that said, there is 1 minute to start. Let's see if we can zoom out to see the starting line, or if we have a better visual for the whole starting sequence. At the moment, most of the fleet is going towards the pin and will be opting to start near the pin.
देखो ना अगर zoom out कर सकते हो तो and right थोड़ा right pan करने के लिए बोल start देखना है पूरा वो सारा बोट सारा right पे ही है तो अगर कोई और visual है start का तो वो दिखाने के लिए बोल.
So here you can notice the whole fleet is on the pin, and it is going to be difficult for a few of these sailors to start because it does look like the wind is heading. So it's going to be a tough start, and most likely it will be a general recall in my opinion. So the race has started, and most of the fleet has decided to be on the left. One of the sailors have got a really good start. I'm not too sure if he was over, but sail number 4004, let's see who that is. So 4014, it's Neelkonda Mani from YCH, currently coming in today, was 10th overall and has got a really good start in this race. The fleet is tacking continuously, and with that, I think let's see if we can see the race committee, if there is a general recall flag out there.
एक बार रेस कमेटी दिखाओ तो.
So right now the fleet deciding, I mean, few of the sailors did get a fresh first line start and have been able to make the most of it. They are continuously tacking and going towards the left, and it does seem like there's a lot more pressure on the left, so I don't think there is any general recall. So the race continues, and some of the sailors got really good start and was able to. So let's see if we can zoom out a bit and follow the leaders at the moment. Here is the starting sequence, which will be starting for the Ilka 6 sailors. The race officials monitoring the race for the Opti, and within no time there will be race starting for Ilka 6 sailors. Meanwhile, let's go back to the Opti race course. Let's see if we can follow the Opti sailors. The top 10 sailors that we are looking out for are sail number MAS 902 Mohammad Effendi, then India number 1770 Shringari Roy, the third sailor being MAS 903 Mia Azrina. So these are the top 3 sailors we will be looking out for, as they are coming in today, were the leaders at the start of the day. Let's see if we can go to the Opti race course and are able to follow the race.
अरे ऑप्टी का डालो ना.
Here we are getting a drone shot, and we can see the whole fleet. Most of them, it looks like a complete spread, and the ones who were on the right are gaining on the sailors who were on the left. So a complete mix out here for the third race of the day. The second race, we did see the sailors on the left were gaining. Unlike the second race, the third race is a little more different. So the sailors who did opt to come towards the right hand side of the course are looking like they are gaining. So at the moment, we can see sail number 1716 doing really well out there, but will soon be crossed by the fleet from the left. So it will be interesting to see if 1716 would continue, or will she make everyone tack. And it so happens that she is in a good spot and will continue racing and will go towards the left. So 1716 is Ramiza Banu. She did really well in the second race as well, and at the moment does look like she is leading the race, with closely followed by sail number 3, which is Andrei Kolzunukov, the sailor from SSF, the Russian sailor who is doing really well. He has an Indian sail but is from Russia. So a good fight out there for the first two, closely followed by sail number 1820. 1820 is Aldrin Anthony. So the top 3 in this race were the sailors who did really well in the second race as well. So right now they are showing some consistency, and they have been able to understand these conditions much better than the rest of the sailors so far. So Ramiza Banu clearly leading the race at the moment and is covering the fleet. All 3 sailors are opting to go left of the course and will be aiming to get into the pressure and tack on the first shift. So right now the second and third boat have decided to tack, and Ramiza Banu also decided to tack to remain between the fleet and the mark. So maybe tacked a bit too early, but at the moment it does look like sail number 3, Andrea
is doing really well. He is controlling the fleet right now, but there are a lot more sailors on the left side of the course who will be getting an advantage at the moment. It does look like they are sailing a better angle when compared to rest of the fleet. So a complete mix out here. A lot of the sailors still opting to go left, and at the moment it does look like they will have an advantage coming into the windward mark. There are quite a few sailors out there right now. The fleet from the right looks like they have pressure and will be able to cross the fleet of the left. So the starboard ley line does look a little favorable while heading towards the windward mark. We still have a lot of beat left, but at the moment Andrea look like he is controlling the fleet with this angle. It does feel like he is leading the race so far, but you never know. There quite a few sailors can come up from the left as well. It will be crucial to see the condition near the windward mark. So beautiful visual out here. You can see the whole fleet is racing. The fleet has actually opened up at the first beat itself, so the top sailors clearly having faster boat speed and going towards the right side of the course. So a complete mix. Few sailors opting to be in the middle of the course, whereas quite a few sailors have decided to go all the way left. So it will be interesting to see who rounds first. Will it be the sailors from the left, or will it be the sailors on the starboard tack? At the moment it does look like the fresh pressure is coming from the left, and most of these sailors from the left will pay. There are 3 boats out there who are coming in hot, and it feels like they might be able to get the lead ahead of the sailors from the starboard tack. You can see the whole fleet now on the port tack approaching towards the right hand side of the course, and the aim would be to cross the windward mark on the port hand side and then tack onto the starboard. With that said and done, the 4th YAI Northeast Regatta 2026 is powered by Omnium Sailing Club and Uday Sailing Foundation. With that, we also have the 420 Sailing Association, which is supporting the racing. So big kudos to Sports Wood, who is being able to take this racing live. So right now it does look like the fleet on the left is gaining, and the sailors who opted to go all the way left have been in a better position. So the few guys to watch out for are sail number 902, 1770, 903. These were the leaders coming in today, closely followed by sail number 1644, 1639. These are the top 5 sailors, and even now on our screen we can see a lot more sailors heading the windward mark from approaching from the left. We have 1639 who has decided to tack and will be opting to go more left. There seems to be a lot more pressure on the left, and most of the sailors deciding to go towards the left.
वो बैनर को थोड़ा सा छोटा कर सकता है क्या? मतलब इन द सेंस नीचे से उसको थोड़ा और ऊपर ले जा.
So now it is tough and challenging conditions out here, but you can see the first few boats reaching the windward mark. There are actually 2 sailors who are, I think the sailor on the rightmost has overshot the mark, is approaching on the starboard ley line and clearly has overshot by a mile. Right now sail number 1639 is Krishna, India number 1 in the Optimist class of boat, doing really well and leading the race. Will be heading on this first downwind leg, and actually has made a mistake. He has to go to the offset mark first before deciding to come on the downwind leg. So I don't really understand if the boy did not know the course or has chosen to make that kind of a mistake. We have the Ilka 4 boys out here who are a bit stressed out for their racing. They will be going racing very soon. So right now, clearly, sail number 1639, Krishna leading the race, and at the windward mark, you can see it is a bit of a chaos. There are about three boats coming in to round the mark together. So I'm sure post racing it will be there will be a lot of protest. At the moment, the sailors are struggling to round the mark. There is one sailor who is completely stuck and will have to either bear down or tack. At the moment, it does look like he has decided to tack and will get starboarded. So penalties coming in soon. It's going to be tough. Meanwhile, let's see if we can follow the leaders. So we have 1639 who is leading the race, and it will be interesting to see if we can see who is second, third and fourth. So the leader does have a huge lead. He has about 4 to 5 boat lengths, which is a comfortable lead going in an opti race. But let's see at the bottom of the mark if he will be able to hold his position. So here you can see the leader 1639 Krishna, who is India number 1 in opti, is leading the pack. But it will be crucial to see if he will be able to maintain his lead. At the moment, he has opted to be on the starboard jibe and clearly going with the wind towards the right hand side of the coast, so opting to be with the pressure on the right and sailing faster. Meanwhile, there are few opti sailors who are still on the coast struggling to make it to the windward mark, but Krishna has a good lead. Let's see if we can see the second and third boat and their sail number, who are closely following behind him. Here you can see rest of the fleet actually close to one another. The mid pack is very much close to one another, and the results keep changing. So here is the second and third sailor. We have the Sri Lankan sailor with sail number 207 and 1609. Let's see if we can find 207.
चलेगा इतना चलेगा.
1609 is Mohammad Rahman, sailor from YCH, who is at the moment second. And let's see if I can find the Sri Lankan boy, sailor named Daniel, who is from RCYC, sail number 207, is in the mix to fight for the second position. Right now it does look like Krishna has a comfortable lead going in the first downwind for the opti sailors in race number 3. So here is the fight for second position. We have sail number 201 Sri Lanka and 1609. Both these sailors were having overall they were way behind and are generally ranked 22nd and 29th while coming into today's racing. So these both sailors were at the back. As you can see, in lake conditions you never know who can come front. So at the moment these two sailors who are overall standing at the back but are doing clearly well in this race. So they would try and finish in the top 5. That would be their aim at the moment. But knowing the skills of the top sailors, they will try and catch up with these young guns. So the key for these two sailors would to remain in their position and try and hold out their position. So aim would be to try and finish in the top 5. Meanwhile, this is the rest of the fleet who is rounding. We have the Ilka 6 sailors as well on the same race course who are rounding the windward mark now. So Ilka 6 sailor, the sailor to watch out is sail number 207335 Hithik Amar Jaiswal, the sailor from TSC who has been leading the event, closely followed by Muhammad Asnawi, who is from Malaysia, MSN MSA, sail number 17, and the third sailor is Harsha Vardhan, who is from TSC, sail number 208920. So let's see if these guys will be able to maintain the lead. At the moment it does look like Krishna has got a really good lead. Sail number 1639, he has opened up, actually extended his lead at the moment and has good 7 to 8 boat lengths lead coming in. So the second and third boat are still yet to round. the bottom mark, and it will be crucial to see what do they opt for. At the moment, it does look like all of them are heading for the right bottom mark because there is fresh wind coming from the left. So their aim would be so bad rounding by 1609, and he is stuck in that position. So I don't know what he was opting for, or he was not able to control. So he did end up losing 3 boats out there. So a bad rounding from him, and that's the reason it does show why he is on the 22nd position at the moment. So the sailor definitely losing out on a lot of boats because of experience. Here is the race leader, 1639 Krishna, leading the race, and now all he has to do is to cover the fleet and not try any stunts. He has to just sit on top of the fleet, and at the same time also keep noting what is happening up in the race course. As you can see, he is continuously looking out to see what the fleet is doing and where he needs to be. He needs to keep playing the center so that he, irrespective, he remains in the first position. So here is where experience counts. Most often than not, sailors are able to be first, but often and not they lose up positions in the second beat. So knowing that Krishna has won IR as well quite recently, he will know what he needs to do. He just needs to continue tacking on top of the fleet. It does look like he has good lead over the second, third boat. So I think it will be comfortable for him. The conditions are quite medium. It does look like the wind is between 10 to 15 knots, and in these conditions it should be comfortable for Krishna to maintain his lead. As you can see, he is continuously attacking and playing left center so that he doesn't lose out. He is sitting on top of the fleet, and it does seem to be a good decision. Meanwhile, the second, third and fourth boat are also opting to go more left, as I think in leg 1 of this race they did go left. With that said and done, we have the first few Ilka sailors also rounding the mark, and at the moment it is 208920. It is Harsha Vardhan, the TSC boy, leading the race in Ilka 6, closely followed by 210620. 620 is Veeravarsham Vaishnavi, who is currently coming in today, was at the 8th position but clearly doing really well at the moment in the Ilka 6 race. Let me remind you, Ilka 6 race is an open fleet race where men and women are racing together. Similarly, even in the Opti, we have a main fleet, then there's boys and girls. So at the moment in the boys, it is Mohammed Effendi who is leading the race, but at the moment it is Krishna with sail number 1639 leading the race in race number 3 of day 3. This is their 9th race for the Opti sailors, and it does look like Krishna is in a comfortable position at the moment going in this race. So he has a massive lead. It will be important to see who will be second and third in this race. So a lot to play for these young kids at the moment. The only thing they will be trying to work hard is towards gaining better position. With all said and done, we also have the Ilka sailors on the same course, and at the moment on our screen in the middle with sail number 208920, it is Harsha Vardhan Yerera, who is from TSC and is leading this race. Coming in today, he was at the 3rd position, but with this race he should jump and catch up on the second sailor. Mohammed Asnavi hasn't had a good day today. In the second race also he was behind, and even in the third race it does look like he has lost out. So it does feel like Harsha would have caught up with quite a few of the sailors. Meanwhile, this is the windward mark, and we are awaiting for the leader to round the mark. So here you can see one of the Opti sailors going in on his first downwind. With that, you can see these Ilka sailors. It does look like Vaishnavi has caught up with Harsha and did a good tack on the starboard tack. Right now, it does look like she is gaining. There is a lot more pressure on the right and a better angle. It does look like the right hand side is lifting at the moment, and closely followed by India sail number 175404, that is Sarvan Kartav. So lot of the sailors opting to go a little more right and gain an advantage from there. At the moment, it does look like Vaishnavi doing much better than Harsha and will be able to catch up with him. So you can see Vaishnavi decided to tack, whereas Harsha is deciding to go all the way left and is trying to look for the first pressure from the left and will tack and try to hold the fleet. So clearly the Ilka sailors are opting to go more right when compared to the Opti sailors. So here is the beautiful drone visual of the whole race course. You can see this fleet is completely spread out, and actually often and not a lot of sailors opting to go all the way left. So complete mix. Here is the leader of our race number 3, sail number 1639. It is India number 1 Krishna, who is rounding the windward mark for the second time with a beautiful lead out here. So all Krishna needs to do is to ensure that he does not capsize and does anything stupid. He will be able to win this race comfortably. And right now you can also see Ilka 6 sailor now approaching the windward mark. At the moment, it does look like Vaishnavi has done enough to be able to round ahead of Harsha. So let's keep the visual for windward mark. Let's see if we will be able to follow the Ilka 6 as well as Opti racing. Let's see who will round the windward mark second in the Opti. It does look like Vaishnavi has done really good job and caught up boats coming into the windward mark. This will be the second rounding for Vaishnavi, and she is leading the race at the moment. She has done really good to catch up and is rounding the windward mark first in the Ilka 6. So all Vaishnavi needs to do is to ensure that she does not capsize, and she should be able to take the gun. Meanwhile, we have rest of the fleet in Ilka 6 coming in for the rounding. With that, we have MAS 902 Mohammad Afendi, who is will be coming in second to round the windward mark and has opted to go underneath all the Ilka 6 sailors and round the mark. So a continuous tacking game out there between the Sri Lankan and the Malaysian. So the Sri Lankan sailor is struggling to round the mark, and I don't think he will be in a position to round the mark. He will have to duck and tack on top of the fleet, come on port. So right now sail number 1609 has rounded second. This is our race leaders in both Ilka 6 and Opti on the same course in the downwind leg, with both of them having beautiful lead out here and will comfortably finish first if they don't make any mistake. Both of them opting to go a little more right of the course, and you can see on water there is a lot of pressure. So we have the first in both Opti and Ilka 6.
गौतम एक बार सर से कंफर्म कर लेना, हमने पैनल चेंज कर दिया लाइव स्ट्रीम पे, उनसे बस एक बार कंफर्म कर लेते हैं टाइम।
लाइव देखिए, मुझे कुछ कंफर्म करना है क्या भाई?
हाँ, आलोक सर से एक बार कंफर्म कर ले, उन्होंने चेंजेस बोले थे लाइव स्ट्रीम पे, तो वो हमने चेंजेस कर दिए बैनर्स को लेके, लोगोस डालने थे, लोगो सारे डाल दिए, तो एक बार बस कंफर्म कराना है।
So we have Ilka 6 sailor Vaishnavi leading the race, closely followed by the Opti sailor, who is number 1 in his fleet at the moment. 1639 Krishna leading the race, and Vaishnavi leading the race. Coming in today, Vaishnavi was in the 8th position, so this race will definitely help her move positions. And same with Krishna. Krishna coming in was at the 5th position, and this gun will definitely help him improve his position. He is closely fighting for top 4 positions. His closest competitor is Ravi Kumar, and with this Krishna is rounding the bottom mark and is heading for the finish. Meanwhile, Vaishnavi has good lead and has rounded to go on the second beat. So Krishna deciding to jibe again and go for the finish. He has an impressive lead out here and will be finishing almost a leg ahead of the second boat. Can we zoom out a bit? Let's see where the second boat is. So with that, Krishna leading the race. As you can see, even after zooming out, we cannot see the second boat. So Krishna will win this race comfortably. He is going for the finish. It's sail number IND 1639 who will get the gun for race number 3. So good race sail by him and has done a great job. And with that, he finishes the race in the first position. Let's see if we can see the second boat near the downwind leg. Let's see if we can track.
Visual change karo yaar.
And here you can see quite a few Ilka sailors now going for their second beat, second or third beat. So it's a longer course for them. They are the faster boats, and right now Vaishnavi is leading their race. With that, let's try and follow the Opti sailors who will be coming in for the second. Let's go to the bottom mark.
Bottom mark pe jao bhai.
So here we will be watching out the sailors coming in the second and third position. Krishna has finished far ahead of these sailors and did a really good race. So you can see the close fight between the Ilka 6 sailors going on. And here is the second Opti sailor who is coming in the second position with sail number 1609. Let me confirm who is 1609. So it's a challenge to find who is 1609. This is the whole Opti fleet coming on downwind leg and will be going towards their finish. And here is the second boat who also has a very good lead with sail number 1609. And in the third place is MAS 902, who was our leader at the start of the day. It is Mohammad Effendi who was leading the event so far. Clearly finishing third or fourth. I mean, it will be a good fight between Mohammad Effendi and 1716. 1716 is Ramiza Banu. So it's going to be a good fight between them when they approach for the finish. At the moment, it does look like Mohammad Effendi would take this third position. They both are on the reach, so he should be able to control. And let's see who is second. Let's go towards the finish. Let's see who is the boat or the sailor who will be finishing second. At the moment, we are not able to see his sail number, but I think it is 1609. So 1609. So 1609 finishing second. In my result sheet, I am not able to find who is 1609 at the moment. So clearly a sailor who is not in the top fleet but has done well significantly to finish in the top. So with that, third is MAS 902 Mohammad Afindi, showing consistency out there and finished third. So I think by end of today will be able to hold his lead. With that, Ramiza Banu finishing fourth, and again there is a Malaysian sailor who will be finishing fifth. So here were your top five, with closely followed by sail number 3, Andrea, who is finishing fifth, sixth, and then closely followed by Sri Lankan sailor, which will be his best finish so far. It is the 7th position. With that, let's follow the Ilka 6 race. We have Vaishnavi, who is leading the race so far and is doing well. She is going for the windward mark. Good tack out there and has done well in this race. She has a commanding lead and showing some consistency in her sailing. So wind is pretty shifty out here. The wind continuously changing, but with that, Vaishnavi will now be rounding and will be heading towards the finish. You can see how much she has to work to ensure that the boat remains flat. There are a lot of these pressures which are very tough to gauge, but I think Harsha has done really well to catch up to her. At the moment, he has caught up with Vaishnavi, so the lead, Vaishnavi's lead, is only 4 to 5 boat lengths, and Harsha will give it his all to catch up with her. So right now Harsha is just rounding the windward mark and will be going towards the offset mark and closely try and catch up with Vaishnavi with sail number 21, Akshat Kumar from NSS, who coming in was at the 7th position at the start of the day. With that, we also have sail 222. Let's see who is 222. So 222, it is Sheetal Sandev, who was in the 9th position at the start of the day, doing well and catching up with the fleet. So sail number 21 has also rounded. We have Sheetal also, who has rounded, who is from NSS. Let's see if we can follow the leaders in Ilka 6 class of boat. Here is the race leader, Vaishnavi, doing really well. Coming in today, she was in the 8th position fighting with Sheetal, and this will really help her jump the gun. She was also fighting with Noor Zafrina, who is leading in the women's section of Ilka 6. But let me remind you, this is an overall racing for Ilka 6 with boys and girls racing together. At the moment, Hrithik Amar Jaiswal was the race leader, event leader at the moment. But right now, race number 3 is being led by Vaishnavi, who is constantly looking behind for Harsha, who is closely following her. So if you notice, she has good boat lengths, like good 5 to 6 boat length lead over Harsha. So she is in a comfortable position. All she needs to ensure is she is constantly looking behind and sailing the pressure, and she will do well. So if she notices Harsha doing really well, she should get in the same pressure point and try to take an advantage of that. But at the moment, it does look like Harsha has good speed and is slowly catching up with her. But I don't think there will be enough time for him to catch up to Vaishnavi. Vaishnavi definitely has done a lot of things right. In the second beat, first beat she was behind Harsha, but Harsha did end up losing, going towards the left, and Vaishnavi did play the shifts right and was able to take away the lead from Harsha. So a lot of tactics required from these sailors and a lot of understanding of the wind shifts and the conditions. Vaishnavi from YCH has shown that she has better understanding of the wind shifts today in this race. With that, this is the 3rd and 4th position. Sail number 21, Akshat Kumar, fighting it out with 318, which is Sheetal. So both of them fighting for positions as well. Both of them are from the same club, NSS, and will be giving it all to get these positions. So let's follow the leaders of the Ilka 6. Here you can see Vaishnavi has jibed and is now rounding the bottom mark, and she will be going on a broad reach now to finish the race and take the gun away. With closely followed by Harsha, who is 5 boat lengths behind her, will now round the mark and jibe, or maybe just decide to finish on the same jibe. So Sheetal doing no, sorry, Vaishnavi doing really well and will get the gun with a good commanding lead over Harsha. So here she is going in for the finish and just half a boat length now. Here Vaishnavi finishes first in the third race and takes the gun away, with Harsha closely finishing second with just three seconds behind her. So a good race out there by both of them. Harsha being the biggest loser in the first run, and on the second beat he was placed first, but he did make quite a few calculated mistakes and let Vaishnavi get away. So not good tactical play by him. I think the coaches will have a good word with him post the racing. With that, here we have the third boat finishing in Ilka 6 with sail number 21, Akshat, doing well out there, and followed by Sheetal. So the Indian sailors have done well in this race. The international sailors do look like they have struggled in these conditions, especially in race number 3. So the top sailors in Opti and Ilka 6 have finished their race, and with this they are done for the day. They will be heading back to the shore, and we will have Ilka 4 sailors going out pretty soon. We will have the Ilka 4 boys and Ilka 4 girls who will be racing, and in the second half of the day we will have 3 races each for Ilka 4 boys and girls, which will happen in the afternoon. With that, we will take a short break and we'll be back with Ilka 4 racing in the afternoon. Right now we will be having a lunch break, so we will leave you with the visuals, and yeah, more racing to come, so stay tuned. We will be following the race leaders in Ilka 4 in the afternoon, so stay tuned.
रामोहन come in. तो मैसेज पास ये YCH के एंट्री फॉर्म सारे तुम्हारे पास हैं, किसके पास हैं? सब ओनली रजिस्ट्रेशन फॉर्म मेरे पास है सब.
Hello everyone, and we are back at 4th YAI Northeast Regatta 2026. This is the afternoon races for day 3 for the classes of boat 420, Ilka 4, boys and girls, and 29er. At the moment, you are seeing the 420 racing going on. The 420s here are divided into 2 fleets, and we have the fleet divided into 2 parts. So it is an interesting watch out here. The 420 sailors are now on their first downwind leg and approaching the windward at the gate mark. So good racing condition out here. The wind is between 7 to 12 knots, where the gusts are reaching up to 12 knots. So good racing condition for them. Very shifty condition. As you can see the geography as well in and around the racing course, we have quite a few hills because of which the wind tends to bend. So I was having a quick conversation with all the Opti sailors who sailed in the morning, and their feedback was that it was a tough race for the sailors to sail, especially their second race was extremely tough, the wind condition being very shifty and continuously swinging. Here you can notice the 420 sailors are on the downwind leg. They are flying their kites or spinnakers, as we say, with Malaysian sailor leading the race at the moment, closely followed by the Indians. And it is really tough to fly the kites in these low wind conditions, and you often and not need the helm and crew to work together. So right now, if you notice, the crew swiftly changed the pole and the boats are rocking a bit. So the sailors do need to be careful or else they can get penalized. At the moment, the first boat is on the starboard jibe and has decided to sail a broad reach towards the leeward mark. So top 3 boats quite close to one another. The second and third boat fighting it out. You can see the sailors very close to one another, and a good jibe out there by the third boat, so they will be able to catch up with the second one. So here the sailors are approaching the gate mark. They will be rounding the mark on port jibe. So here you will see the mark rounding coming up shortly. The sailors here need to be in sync, and here the sailor has rounded. They are going for the finish. So this was the second downwind, and 420 sailors approaching the finish with the Malaysian sailors first, and even second and third second is also from Malaysia, third from India. The sailors were quite close to one another. A good jibe out there by the sailor, and they are going a little more deep before they jibe on and head for the finish. So if you see behind, there is Ilka 4 boys and girls waiting for their start, as well as Opti Green Fleet, which will be soon enough starting the race. Here you have the 420 sailors finishing their race. With this, the first boat has finished the race, and I think the race committee is waiting for these boats to clear the course, and they will sooner or later get underway with the next set of racing. We also have the 29ers who will be racing. So a lot to play for with all these classes of boats. We have the 420s coming in for their finish. Meanwhile, we are awaiting the start for the Ilka 4 boys and girls to start their race. So you can see the 420s have finished, the first 3 boats finishing the race, and were close to one another. So a good fight out there for the 420 sailors. Meanwhile, a lot of challenges for the race committee out there. The wind has been swinging right from the morning. In the first race, the course was way higher, and in between the race, the wind swung. So at the moment, it does look very challenging for the race committee to constantly keep changing the race course. Oh, a close finish out there for the 420 sailors, with the innermost boat getting the finish ahead of the outer boat. So quick racing there from the 420 sailors. With that, I think the next set of racing will get underway.
So we have about 420 sailing in this set of racing. There are 3 boats from YCH, 1 from Malaysia. And with that, we have the 29ers starting the race. A good start out there by MAS sailors. These are the girl sailors from Malaysia, Noor Izani and Aina Zulaika. So a good start from them. They are leading the pack. There are 4 29ers sailing this class of boat. We have 1 girls team and 3 boys team with Mohammad Hamzi and Alif Noor bin from MSN with sail number 1, who are leading the pack so far, with Akash Tangay and Ruben in the second position, and third with Rudresh Singh and Mayank Rajput. So three teams, 3 men's team and 1 women's team sailing out there, total of 4 boats. Right now it does look like the girls team are much faster. They got a good speed and should be able to lead this race going forward. The key would be to tack in the right pressure for these 29er, as these class of boat require you to have speed rather than opting for tactics. So it's going to be a tough task. So here the Indian sailors have decided to tack with sail number 6-9. It is Akash and Ruben who have decided to tack, and with that even the race leaders, the Malaysian girls, have also decided to tack on top of them and controlling the fleet. So good tactics out there from the Malaysian sailors. They are ensuring that they do not let the second boat go out. In the background you can see Rudresh and Mayank with sail number 350. The NSS sailors have also decided to tack and are now on the same tack as the fleet. So the whole fleet is now opting to go towards the right side of the course. It does look like a header at the moment, but the sailors are opting to sail this leg. Meanwhile, it does look like Rudresh and Mayank in sail 350 are sailing a different angle when compared to the rest of the two. So there is a different pressure out there for these sailors. They particularly don't look fast, but they do look like they have a better angle. And right side of the course we have Mohammad Hamzi and Alif Noor crossing the fleet on starboard and are looking fast. So they clearly have been able to find the patch on the right and are sailing the race really well. If you notice, the crew is flat out while the helm is sitting inside. So there is good pressure for these sailors to be flat out hiking. So good boat speed out here from sail number 1. So both the Malaysians are on the top and fighting it out for the first position. Here the boys do look really fast when compared to the girls and have a better angle while approaching the windward mark. So at the moment it does look like the boys are fast, but here is where the trick comes into play. There is a lot of shifts here because of the geography around. You can see hills right in the view, and because of which it does become very tricky to constantly sail the pressure points. With that, if you notice, the girls have a better height in their boat and are sailing a better angle when compared to the boys. So boys clearly opting to go for speed, and the girls are doing much better with speed and height. So they have a lot more heel when compared to the boys. So boys look fast, but the girls have the height. So it will be interesting to see how the rounding goes about and how these sailors will sail the downwind leg. At the moment, the girls look like they have done enough to be able to round the windward mark ahead of the boys. Pretty soon you will see the girls tacking on the port ley line and will approach the mark from the left of the course. Also, girls have good height and will be able to round the mark. So a good tack out there and great sailing by them. They had much better height while approaching the windward mark. So they have good lead. They made the good use of the start that they got. So they had a beautiful start in the middle with speed. They were able to lead the race right through. And with that, they are on their downwind leg, closely will be followed by the Malaysian boys with sail number 1. So boys are somehow struggling to make it to the windward mark, but with a little more height and pressure they will be able to cross the mark as well. So the girls are already on their downwind leg. Here the boys have just rounded, and third will be sail number 69, the boys from TSE Sailing Club, Akash and Ruben rounding the mark third. So it will be a challenge for them to sail the downwind leg and catch up with the first two. Meanwhile, let's see if we can follow the first boat around. So not the best rounding from Ruben and Akash. Here is your race leader in the 29er class of boat. It is the girls who are leading the race. So it is Noor Izani and Aina who are leading the race in 29er. So they represent the club MSN MSA, the national body from Langkawi. So clearly they are having a good race out here, and it just showcases, that the skill is what matters, and clearly the girls are dominating this race. So they are racing with the boys. There is no overall standing for all these people. The girls are scored separately from the boys, but clearly right now you can see the girls are leading the race, with the men's race being led by the Malaysian boys, Alif and Mohammad Hazmi. So it does look like there is a lot more pressure coming from the right, unlike the morning where people were able to take advantage from the left. So a lot of tactics required, and you can see actually the sailors are sitting inside and sailing. You can see that the pressure is not very high, and in the background you can see the Ilka sailors who have just started their race. So it will be interesting to see the Ilka sailing, because the points between the first and second is not much, and a lot to play for in the Ilka 4 boys. So with 29 we'll actually try and switch to the Ilka 4 racing and follow Ilka 4 racing to see how that is going. Most of the Ilka sailors do look like they are opting to go left, but as we had seen with the 29ers, that most of the fleet were opting to come towards the right hand side of the course, and the first pressure was coming from the right. So here the 29er will be rounding the bottom mark. You can see the girls opting to jibe, entering the gate mark, and a good rounding from them here. So here they have really good rounding. They could have come in more wide to get a better rounding, but I mean they are leading the race with good 10 to 15 boat lengths, so no complaints out there from the race leaders. And here the race has become a lot more closer, with boys fighting it out for the second position. Close race between sail number 69 and sail number 1, with Mohammad Hazmi and Akash fighting it out. So the race has become a lot more closer. So clearly Akash has done something well. Akash and Ruben doing something well out there to be able to catch up with the Malaysian boys. And I think if they jibe now and have a good rounding, they will be able to do much better. So here the key is to go on a complete run while putting the sail down, and that's when you can get a better rounding. So let's see tactically what Ruben and Akash would do differently to be able to catch up with the sail number 1. So here you have the boys who are fighting their way through, all three of them much closer than we expected. They have hardly 1.5 boat lengths distance from one another, but at the moment it does look like the second boat has tacked and will opt to go for fresh wind. Meanwhile, this is the Ilka 4 race which we are following, and let's see, we'll go towards, it does look like these are your race leaders at the moment. So I'll try and find who these boys are. So sail number 222620. Let's see if I can find who the sailor is. Triple 2620. It is Indranil Roy from INWTC Vizag, who does seem like he is leading the race. Meanwhile, at the moment it is 29ers and Ilka 4 on the same course. The Ilka 4 men's finding it tough and had to tack away. With that, even the 29er sailors opted to sail in clear wind and have tacked away. So 29ers and Ilka 4 facing a challenge on being on the same course. Right now 29er sailors are on their second leg when compared to the Ilka 4 sailors who are on their first. So it is the Ilka 4 boys who are racing here. At the moment it does look like Indranil is leading the race with sail number 222620. And here is your mid pack. So we'll try and go towards the windward mark. Let's see who are the top sailors who will be rounding the mark first. Here is the windward mark, and a good fight between Indranil and, let me see if I can find who the second sailor is. Right now the sail numbers are not visible, but your top leader is from NSS, the second is also from NSS, the third from TSC. They are closely matched together. Right now Ankit Singh Sisodia is leading the race, leading the event coming in today, and second position is Rajveer Yadav. So it would be a good fight between them. We'll try and track them today during the race. So Indranil has rounded first with sail number 222620 and will be going towards the offset mark, post which he will be going on the downwind leg. He has good 5 boat lengths lead, with the second boat just rounding behind him. It is 7375 or 35. Let's see if I can find that. 7335. It is Akash Kumar from TSC who has rounded second. So a good race out there for them. Meanwhile, here is the race between the 29er boys who are approaching the windward mark. The pole is still out for sail number 350, who can get penalized for that. In 29er class you are not allowed to have your pole out, but since the fleet is small, I don't see the jury penalizing them at the moment. So good fight between the two. It is sail number 1 and sail 350 who are fighting it out. So right now it does look like Akash lost out on the lead. So Rudresh and Mayank have done well to be able to catch up with the fleet, have maintained much better speed when compared to sail number 1, and now they have opted to go a little more wider and will come down with speed. Meanwhile, Ilka 4 boys are now rounding. So this is the mid pack, or actually the pack behind. So still a lot of sailors are yet to round the windward mark. Meanwhile, let's see if we can follow the Ilka 4 sailors.
यार Ilka 4 का देखो ना race leader.
So here you get a better visual of the sailors approaching the windward mark. The 29ers are approaching for the second time, and yeah, the wind conditions are light, so it is tough for these sailors. Sail number 69 losing out on 2 position. Here is your race leader in Ilka 4 coming in for the first downwind and has decided to jibe and be on the port jibe at the moment. In the same screen you can see the Ilka 6 girls racing with sail number 21801. Let me see if I can find who that is. So it is Katyani Kaushik that we just saw on our screen, and just behind is Michelle Mitra from TNSA who is following her. So I think at the moment she should tack and go towards the left to get a better this thing. Meanwhile, we have Indranil who is leading the Ilka 4 boys race. He's been sailing well. I think at the moment it did look like his kicker was a bit tight, but so far he's doing well. So let's see if the second and third boat will be able to catch up with him. Meanwhile, the 29ers have rounded their second leg of the racing and they're doing pretty well. The girls are leading the race by a mile, to be honest, and they will comfortably finish ahead of all the boys. Meanwhile, Ilka fours are on their first downward leg and are approaching the bottom mark at the moment. We'll try and follow the leader to see how his rounding goes and how far behind is the second and third boat from him. So I'm not too sure if we will be having the drones flying and we will be able to cover the race, but at the moment, here are the visuals from the drone. So you can see there are 5 Ilka 4 sailors who are together at the bottom, and here are the top 4 sailors who are leading the race. So 29er crossing a Ilka 4 sailor would have been a challenge, but thankfully they have crossed them. So 29ers going for their finish. This is their second leg. Meanwhile, the Ilka 4 sailors are on their first leg, and the top few sailors are finding it difficult.
ये रेस लीडर ही है ना जो हम देख रहे हैं लेफ्ट में, इसके आगे कोई बोट नहीं है ना?
Also, these are the first 4 boats in the Ilka 4, so they are far ahead of the rest of the fleet. So good work done by the top guys to open up from the fleet. At the moment, the race leader has good 4 to 5 boat lengths lead. Here is the leader in 29er. The girls racing and finishing far ahead of the boys. So they have done really well. With that in the background, you can see Opti Green Fleet racing going on. And just to remind you, these are young sailors who have just recently started sailing the Opti Green Fleet, but don't count them out because they are really good. They're not as good as the top guys, but they are able to go around the course and fight out for position. So good Opti Green racing is also going on. Meanwhile, this is your race leader in Ilka 4 class of boat, and behind him you can also see the 420s have started racing. So 420s on the second race. Meanwhile, the Ilka 4 sailor is going for the downwind in his first leg at the moment. He is looking back for wind patches as well as to see where the competitors are. He is approaching the windward bottom mark at the moment. He has to choose which side he would want to go, and he is opting to go for the right mark, and a capsize out there. Bad jibe from him. He had a very good lead. He had about 5 to 6 boat lengths and now is doing a 360. So he has messed up his lead and will be struggling now, although he had good 10 to 15 boat lengths and should be able to manage it out, but I don't know what the sailor was trying to do. He had a very bad jibe. He was trying to do a roll jibe and messed it up because he was cautious and was trying to look behind. So even now he's trying the same stunt. I don't understand these young sailors. When you're leading the race, why do you need to do all this stunt? So he has rounded the mark. Finally, imagine the lead that he would have had if you had just continued sailing. This is your race leader in 29er approaching the finish. Let's just continue with the mark rounding for the Ilka 4. So first Ilka 4 boat rounded the right hand side of the mark, whereas the left is the second boat is opting to go the left. So both of them going in different directions. Let's see if Indraneel would go for this thing. With that, the 29er girls have finished the race and were first in this race. So a good victory out there for them. They had a massive lead over the second boat. So hands down, with a good start, they were able to capitalize on it and win the race. Meanwhile, here are the Opti Green Fleet rounding the windward mark. We have MAS 902 leading the race. Let's see if I can find Opti Green. So MAS 902 is the sailor called Mohammad Zulfan Akif. the boy from Malaysia, KSA, was leading the event, and here, I mean, there's no surprise. He is being consistent and leading the race as well now. So he is doing really well in this event. Coming in to today's racing, he was first, and the second sailor was MAS 901 with Noor Iman Sofia, the girl sailor who is sailing really well. So meanwhile, let's see if we can. Here you can see the mark rounding from a drone shot. A lot of the sailors opting to go left, and few sailors opting to go right. So it will be interesting to see which side would pay out. At the moment, a lot of the sailors are opting to go towards the left hand side of the course, and I don't know what the sailor was doing on the right hand side. He has opted to jibe and cross the fleet and tack. So he's doing a 360 for, maybe he is penalized, or I'm not too sure what he was trying to do. So it is confusing to see what these young sailors have been trying. I mean, they're not sailing simple and keeping the basics clear. With this, the 29ers have finished their race. All 4 boats are done. And here is Ilka 4. You can see how fast this Ilka 4 boat is coming. So let's see if we can get a side view of the leader of the Ilka 4 boats. Here is the bottom pack of Ilka 4 boys who are rounding the mark. So there is hiking condition out there, as you can see. Quite a few sailors are hiking, and in Ilka 4 it is important to keep the boat flat to be able to power it. Conditions are a bit tricky, with few of them had to hike and few sailors are just sitting inside. So you can see there's a mixed condition out there. At the moment it does look like the left will pay because there is fresh wind coming from there. But in the first beat, a lot of the sailors opted to go right and come from the starboard side. So a mixed pack out here. Here are the Opti green fleet with the first and second out here coming for their first rounding. We have the 2 young Malaysian sailors who are leading the pack in Opti green fleet. I'm not able to see the sail number, but we'll quickly confirm who these 2 are. At the moment it does look like your event leader in the Opti green leading the race. It is Mohammad Zulfan Akif with sail number MAS 902 who is approaching. So there is only one loop for the Opti green sailors, and here it does look like the first 2 are far ahead of the rest of the fleet, and it will take the victory. So they are being consistent, the Malaysian sailors, and I think they were good enough to sail in the main fleet as well. Let me remind you, these are young kids who are just below the age of 11 who are racing out there. And with that, MAS 902 will take the victory, closely followed by MAS 901. So MAS 902, Mohammad Zulfan Akif, has taken the victory in Opti Green Fleet race number 6, and closely followed by MAS 901, which is Noor Iman Sofia, finishing second in the Opti Green Fleet. We'll have to wait and watch who finishes third in the Opti Green Fleet. Let's see if we can find the third boat. Let's go to the bottom mark to see where the other Opti boats are. Here we have the Ilka 4 sailors. So here we have the third Opti sailor, the Sri Lankan, with sail number 207, finishing. It's Dhiren Pereira who has finished third in this race, closely followed by an Indian sailor 1675 and 357. So 357 is TM Anirudh and sail number 1675 1675 is Arman Kumar Chaudhary, the sailor from TSC. So here are your top 5 finishes. And now approaching is 1706 is a sailor from YC Edge, Jiru Likita, who is finishing. Let's go to the Ilka 4 races. Let's see what's happening out there. So here are your Ilka 4 racer sailors who are now approaching the windward mark for the second time around in race number 7. So it is tough to spot, and at the moment it does look like the Ilka sailors are now on their second run. So let's see if we can spot the leader, the race leader. These are the 420s, a close racing scenario between the first two Malaysian boats. They are dominating this fleet at the moment, the 420 sailors fighting it out between themselves and closely followed by the Indian sailors. So I do not have the sheet for 420 at the moment, so I cannot confirm who the sailors are, but right now it does look like they will be going ahead for their second beat. And few of the Opti sailors are still rounding the bottom mark. Let's see if we can find the Ilka 4 leader at the moment on their downwind leg. If we keep going right, we might be able to spot the Ilka 4 sailors. When we left, it was these are the 420s who are coming in for their finish. Meanwhile, let's see if we can spot. Oh, so the second sailor has been able to close the gap with the race leader. So let's see if I can find who the two sailors are. With 2-0, it was Indraneel Roy who was leading the race when we saw at the first leeward mark rounding. It was Indraneel who was leading, closely followed by sail number 335. Let me see if I can find 335. It is Akash Kumar from the club TSC coming in. He was at the 10th place position, and with this second place position, it will really help him go up the ladder. Meanwhile, Indraneel Roy will also get a good push with a gun. He will be able to close the gap to Preet Siwal. So at the moment coming in today, it was Indraneel at the 5th position in the overall standings, and with this result it will really help him. But at the moment it does look like Indraneel is facing some pressure from the sailor who is in the second position. So right now the second sailor does look like he is sailing in a pressure. This thing, he has his sail fully out and is doing well. Indraneel's kicker is quite tight for these sailing conditions. So here is a better visual of the rest of the fleet that is sailing behind. Let's go to the bottom mark to see where does Indraneel, our race leader, round. So good visual out there for the racing conditions. So the 420s are on their beat. Here we have the Ilka 4 sailors on their downwind leg approaching the bottom mark, and they will be going for the finish. Here Indraneel has been caught up by the sailor, by Akash Kumar from TSC. So close racing, the sailor from Indraneel losing out in the bottom half of the section. Right now a good jibe out there, and since both of them have jibed, right now Akash Kumar will have room at the mark. So with a good jibe he should be able to lead the race from Indraneel. So he has kept it simple, no mistakes out there. He just needs to get his centerboard little higher and should be able to get the victory from Indraneel. So Indraneel definitely made quite a few mistakes. He would have been in comfortable first position if he hadn't rolled jibe at the first mark rounding and lost out boat lengths there. Right now, Akash does seem like he does not have the experience to lead the race. He is struggling, but he has got a gun in the past in race number 4, so he does know how to finish first, but it looks like he is struggling, and Indraneel has done well. He has got some pressure and is going on the run. A close finish between the Ilka 4 boys. Indraneel back again in the lead and might be able to take the race away from Akash. And what a finish, what a close finish. Indraneel has taken the gun from Akash, I guess. From this angle it does look the opposite, but yeah, we'll have to wait for the race committee to confirm. Both of these sailors sailed really well, but Indraneel did lose out on the first downwind at the bottom mark rounding. So mark rounding does play a lot of role, and if he had rounded well, he would have finished this race comfortably well ahead. Let's see who the third sailor is. So at the moment the top leader is nowhere to be seen. Can we have a better angle to see who is finishing? So right now a Sri Lankan sailor is finishing third. I cannot see the number. Oh, it is Aken Kane from CMYC, who has finished with sail number 2901, Sri Lanka, finishing third in this race. So the top guys, all three were nowhere, all four were nowhere to be seen in this race. So they are having a bad race out here in race number 7 of the racing event. Yeah, sail 614. So again, no race leader has been seen so far. So crazy race out here for the Ilka 4 boys. So if you notice, it does look like the sailors are not able to understand where the wind is coming from. It is a run, a clear run, but most of the sails are inside. So here there will be a fight for room, and the sailor touches the mark. It does look like sail number 3, the inner boat did touch the mark. It did look like that. So there might be protest from the race committee. We are not too sure if they will end up doing that, but it was a clear run down to the finish, and a lot of the sailors struggling. So here is the sailor 220364, who did look like he had touched the mark. He was struggling to find room, and I'm not too sure if he was able to finish ahead of the rest of the guys. Meanwhile, let's see what else is happening on the race course. We have 420s that are fighting it out, and they are quite close. So the two Malaysians are fighting for position. Right now you can see the first Malaysian has tagged, so they will be racing one another to till the finish. So it's going to be a close fight all the way through. Meanwhile, you can also see Ilka 6 sailors on the same course closely following behind. So here are 420 sailors. The wind has swung a lot more than expected. So the sailors are finding it tough. It does look like they are sailing a broad reach at the moment. With this, the 29er, the Opti Green Fleet and Ilka 4 are awaiting their next start. At the moment, it is the finish that is going on for the Ilka 4 sailors. Pretty soon we will also have Ilka 4 girls who will be finishing the race. Meanwhile, let's go back to the 420 and let's watch their race. So it's going to be a close fight between the two, and the key would be to fly your kite or the spinnaker and keeping it full. So a lot of work required from the crew, and it is going to be tough for the helms to be able to angle the boat right. Although it does seems easy from land, but it is, let me remind you, it's very tough. And in the background you can see the Ilka 4 girl sailors. Let me see if I can find Ilka 4 girls. Who are these girls who are... So here the third boat has got better speed when compared to the first two. They have a good height angle, but I think they can flatten the boat a little bit more. Now suddenly there is more pressure which is coming in. And I can see the drone is coming back. And yeah, I think the drone operator will be changing the battery soon. Has just landed his drone. Meanwhile, we have the 420s racing. The third boat is actually doing really well, has got hold of the pressure and is sailing well. They will be going down with this pressure on a broad reach. So good pressure out there, and that will be the key to catching up one another. So the first two boats struggling out there. Meanwhile, the third boat has the pressure with them and sailing really well, but I feel their sail is a bit too tight, so they need to loosen up and also reduce their heel. So I mean, the 420 sailors need to be thoughtful about their heel as well. They're not playing their weight right. If you notice, the first two boats are way more balanced and flatter when compared to the other 420s. So you constantly don't need a lot of heel in 420s. It's only when you are planning to go sail a bit higher. But the third boat is doing well. Meanwhile, the first boat out here struggling to keep the lead. So these sailors are not playing with their kite a lot more. So you can see they need to flatten out the boat. And every time there is pressure, they need to flatten the boat. So the helm needs to come in the center and change the angle. So the first boat is struggling. Meanwhile, the third boat has been constant with the pressure and is doing well. So you can see the third boat ended up catching the first two and is sailing far better. In just one pressure, they have been able to catch the first two boats. So it's going to be a good fight at the leeward mark, where all three boats would reach the leeward mark almost at the same time. So first and third boats really need to focus now and gauge the angle. Meanwhile, the top two boats are these are the bottom two boats in third and fourth position, who have just rounded the offset mark. Meanwhile, three boats out there fighting it out, and the third boat is now struggling. They have lost that pressure, and the helm needs to actually point a little more and go for speed, as they were below the first two boats. First two boats doing really well. They have been able to be consistent with their speed. So still they have to go a little bit lower. The first boat now struggling. I think they've just lost out on the speed. It does look like as if they are stuck. So they need to jibe, and with that jibe, the third boat might be able to catch them. So a good fight out there. I mean, the first two boats will have room at the mark. So all three boats rounding together, and the key would be to notice who is able to change the pole first and get their kite flying. At the moment, it does look like the second boat has a better angle when compared to the first two and is able to get their sail up much faster than the first boat. So the first boat still struggling out there to put their kite up and will end up losing out on boats. The second boat has been able to cross them. The third boat clearly struggling. Wow, a bad rounding, and they have lost the position. So close finish out here. The Malaysian girls did really well. Meanwhile, the first two Malaysians did finish ahead of the Indians. So good fight out there for these sailors. And with that, we will be underway for the next set of racing. We have the Ilka 4 girls who are also finishing their race at the moment, closely behind the 420s. I think this is the first Ilka 4 girl, if I'm not wrong. I'm not able to find her sail number or see her sail number, so not able to confirm who that is. 801. So with that, we will be starting the next set of races. For the time being, I will take a break and will be back soon. So stay tuned for the next set of racing. We will be having Opti Green Fleet with their race number 7. We will have Ilka 4 boys and girls with their race number 8. 29ers with their race number 9 and 420s with their race number 9. So stay tuned. We'll be back soon. And we are back at the fourth YI Northeast Regatta. This is the second half of the day. We are sailing at Umyam Lake, and the event is being held by Umyam Sailing Club in association with Uday Foundation. The event is powered by Yachting Association of India and Government of Meghalaya. So at the moment on your screen is the 29ers race. It is the third race for the day for them, and right now you see them. With this, we have the Ilka 4 boys who have started their race. As I can hear, there are 4 boys who are UFD. So it's going to be tough for those boys to who would have got a good start but will be disqualified in this race. So as I can hear from the race committee, there were 4 sailors who were UFD. At the moment, it does look like left is paying much more. So the sailors who's got a good start and have decided to go left will have an advantage on the water. You can see a lot more pressure out there, and it would be a good decision to keep going left for these sailors. So it would be wise to go as left as possible. You can see a lot more pressure on the left hand side of the course. Meanwhile, the sailors who are opting to come right may struggle because it does look like there will be a lull patch up ahead. So a good tactical race going on for the Ilka 4 boys. This is the second race for the day. The top sailors that we are looking for is Ankit Singh Sisodia, Rajveer Yadav and Rahul Sonar with Preet Sewal. So these guys were the one who were the top 4, while and Indranil Roy, these were the top 5 who were leading the event so far in Ilka 4 boys. These are the top 5. Let's see how it goes for them in the race number 2 for the day. It will be their 8th race for the event. So this is race number 8, and here we have a better visual. As you notice, the sailors on the left of the course have a better angle when compared to the sailors who have opted to go right, and the sailors whoever went right is struggling. There is a shadow, there is a lull patch on the right, and clearly they are struggling, whereas they have to sit inside and sail, whereas the sailors who have come left are hiking it out. So there's a lot more pressure on the left. The angle is much better, and sailors just need to opt and come towards the left. During the day, we have noticed that a lot of the sailors did gain coming on the left side of the course. So right from morning, it has been a pattern for these sailors to follow. At the moment, you see a lot of sailors still opting to go more and more left of the course and trying to sail the pressure as much as possible. So here on the left, I can see 3 boats who are doing really well, and the leftmost boat does look like he is the fastest at the moment, but the biggest gainer right now is the one in the middle on the left hand side. It does look like he will have an advantage. Yes. So a lot of tacking required from these sailors to constantly taking an advantage of all the shifts out there. So you do need to find the pressure and go for these pressure situations. So good starboard port situation between sail number 204633. At the moment, I cannot find who that sailor is. 204633. It is Vivan, who is sailing for RBYC with sail number 204633 and 207335. Let's see who that is. That is Akash Kumar. So last race, Akash Kumar was doing really well. Let's see if he will be able to do well in this race as well. At the moment, it does look like Akash is in a better breeze, and Vivan needs to tack and get into the other pressure out there. So A good decision by Vivan to go more left, duck the sailor and go for the pressure. Meanwhile, Akash has start. Akash is from TSC with sail number 207335, and you can also notice the Sri Lankan sailor with 2901. 2901 Sri Lankan sailor. It is Akin who is sailing for CMYC. So this gives us a better visual out here from the drone. You can see the fleet is completely divided on the race course, with a lot of sailors opting to go left of the course. So the biggest gainers have been the sailors who started from the pin and opted to go towards the left, and have got a significant advantage over the rest of the fleet. So the top sailors, actually both in the Opti main fleet and in the other classes of both, have struggled today with the wind conditions and not being able to read the wind properly. We saw that in the Opti main fleet as well in their second race, and here we have the race leader who is rounding the windward mark. We have Akash Kumar, a sailor from TSC, who is rounding the windward mark first. He did well in the first race of the day as well, and clearly has understood the shifts better than the rest. So he is also doing well in this race as well. Closely followed by a sailor from RBYC 633, Vivan, and third would be, we are not able to spot the third sailor's sail, with fourth sailor being 2249. Let's see who that is. (49) being Hriday Joshi from NYSC, who has rounded the mark fourth. So good race going on between the first four, with sail number 7335. Akash Kumar leading the race, is clearly opting to go on the left hand side of the course, and closely he's been fought with Vivan from RBYC. This will be his best finish so far. While coming into the day, he was placed 15th, and his best finish was 5th. So here, if he is able to finish in the top two, it will be a good result for him. With that, you can also see few of the other Ilka 4 sailors still on the course of their upwind. Right now it does look like Vivan is doing well by going right side of the course and sailing in pressure, with Akash opting to remain in the left side of the course. From this angle it does look like Vivan is catching up with Akash, and at the bottom Mark will have an advantage near the gate. The key would be for the sailors to decide which side of the gate would they opt to round from. At the moment it does look like Vivan might opt for the right and Akash will opt for the left. So wind being very shifty, very tricky for these young sailors to navigate through. So this is the Ilka 4 boys race number 8. Good fight between the first two. Let's see who is behind them. If we can pan the camera a little more right to follow through who are the sailors at third and fourth position. With this, the first two boats are approaching the bottom mark. Here is still the windward mark where the 29er sailors and Ilka 4 sailors are rounding the mark. Let's go to the bottom mark if we can. Here we are following the first two race leaders at the bottom mark in Ilka 4. It does look like Vivan has done well to catch up with Akash. Vivan, let me remind you, at the windward mark rounded second, but has opted to be on the starboard jibe when compared to Akash, who decided to be on the port jibe. So both on opposite jibes, approaching different ley lines on the run. One opting to be further right and Akash opting to be on the left. Right now Akash has decided to jibe. Let me remind you, I also heard from the race committee that 4 of the sailors were UFD. So It would be difficult for these sailors to know who are the ones who will be finishing behind. At the moment, they are going for the gate rounding. It does look like Vivan is opting to go for the right, and Akash will go for the left rounding. It is a good idea to divide, as Akash was leading the race, but now will opt to fight it out, with Viman deciding to tack on top of Akash and to control the fleet right from the start of the second beat. He is sitting on top of Akash, so the key for Akash would be to play the shifts in order to be able to catch up to Vivan. At the moment, it does look like going right is not the best thing to do, but I think with third boat and fourth boat being little far away, Akash has time to decide if he wants to continue in the same. With the Sri Lankan sailor with 2901 rounding the mark third, and closely followed by the sailor who is rounded fourth is 649. Let's see who that is. So the Sri Lankan sailor is Akane, and the sailor following him 649. Sail number 649 is Hriday Joshi. So here are your top four sailors in the Ilka 4. With that, you can see 29er sailors also approaching the bottom mark. It is the girl sailors once again from Malaysia leading the race in 29er, with Noor Izani and Aina Zulaika who are racing in the 29er girls, whereas sail number 350 is Rudresh Singh and Mayank Rajput, who are closely following them behind. With that, let's see if we can follow the... Also, the Opti Green Fleet has also started their race. At the moment, it does look like Sri Lankan sailor with sail number 357 is doing well from the left hand side of the course. So here are your race leaders in Ilka 4 boys, who are finding it tough to race in these conditions. The sail number 204633 is Vivan from RBYC, Royal Bombay Yacht Club, the sailor from Bombay. So he sails more in the ocean and is doing well, whereas Akash is trying to close in the gap. His tacks are really good, so he is gaining on his tacks. And the idea for Akash would be to continuously keep tacking on the right shifts to be able to close the gap to Vivan, whereas Vivan looks more comfortable in this situation, but it does look like he is pinching a lot more when compared to Akash, so he doesn't have good boat speed on the beat. His sail is also too far out, whereas Akash seems like he has a better boat speed when compared to Vivan. So Vivan does look like he is struggling at the moment. Even if you look at his angle, he is far off lower. He is trying to pinch, sailing with the heel, not an ideal sitting position, as well as the wind angle, his sail angle. So it does look like Vivan does not have the experience to be leading a race. I'm not too sure if he has got a gun before. So his best finish so far has been 5th, whereas Akash's best finish has been 1st. Even in the previous race, Akash did well. So he feels he is more confident out there and has better sitting position as well as the speed. Vivan now once again tacking and trying to remain close to Akash. So both of them fighting it out for the first position. At the moment, it doesn't look like Vivan has good boat speed and looks like he is struggling. His Cunningham also seems to be tight, and so does his kicker. So his sail is far off open. So the sailors are struggling to sail in these conditions. But you can see these two have a good lead coming forward in this race. And something that we also need to confirm post the race would be who are the Ilka 4 boys sailors who have got a UFT. So Akash has decided to tack, and with that Vivan is also going to be tacking. So it's going to be a tacking game between the two. With that, it does look like Akash has better tacks when compared to Vivan, so he is going to get an advantage. Vivan, oh, it's a bad idea to tack underneath. It's a poor decision from Vivan out there to sail underneath. He should have just ducked Akash and gone in the open and tacked back. So it does look like Vivan struggling out there with the lead and losing the lead from Akash. So good racing between the first two Ilka 4 boys. Now it does look like Akash is pinching a lot more when compared to Vivan. So Vivan can go for speed, but a little more pressure and Akash will have the advantage. So right now it does look like a 1 or 2 boat length distance between the two, with Akash having an advantage when compared to Vivan. So Akash deciding to tack, and so will Vivan. So they are approaching the windward mark from the starboard ley line. They both are going all the way. We also have a lot more spectators who have walked in. It being a Saturday, a lot more people out here at Umiam Lake have come to watch the race. We have live music as well as a lot of spectators watching the races. So, and really good venue for sailing. Here you can see Vivan sitting inside, Akash deciding to tack again, and let's see if Vivan will make the same mistake of tacking underneath Akash, or will he duck him and go all the way on the left. Once again, poor decision making from Vivan to tack underneath Akash, especially when your beats are bad. The tacking match not really helping him. So we have the first two sailors. Now Akash deciding to tack, but his tack doesn't look that good. A lot of rocking from him. Vivan also opting to tack, but if he gets a good tack, he should be able to power the boat much faster when compared to Akash. So you can see how the race pans out. Here you can see the first two sailors approaching the windward mark. At the moment it does look like they are playing middle left. If we zoom out, we will get a better view of the whole race course. Let's see if we can zoom out a bit just to get an understanding where these two sailors are on the course. And you can see that even the jury is quite close by and watching the race. So we have the first two sailors in Ilka 4 boys. We are tracking their race. It does look like they are sailing a header all the way through, with Akash having better boat speed and will be approaching the race course from the left. We also have Ilka 4 girls who are on the same course. Akash doing quick 2 tacks to cover off Vivan, and I think that was a good tacking game from Akash. He has used tacks to his advantage. His tacks are far better than Vivan's. Vivan clearly struggling out there in these conditions, but has done well when compared to the rest of the fleet. So Akash will be rounding the mark first. I think their sail are too far out. They need to pull in the sail a little more, get the heel in, and get better boat speed. Right now it does look like Akash is pinching, but in lakes you can opt to do that. So with that all said and done, we have Akash rounding the windward mark. He's having a good day so far. He is a sailor from TSC, and coming in today he was in the 10th spot. I'm sure he will jump 3 positions, as he was very close to the rest of the fleet. Coming in, Akash's points were 36. He was tied with Ahmed from KSA, and yes, so he can jump 3 positions, go close to Hirday. Meanwhile, here the first boat has rounded the windward mark, the second has rounded, and the third boat has rounded the windward mark. So good racing going on here. So let's see if we can see the first few boats in Ilka 4. We have Akash who was rounded. We have Vivan. I'm not too sure who is the third sailor. It's a Ilka 4 girl who is rounded, who is just behind Vivan. In third position, we have, I'm not able to see the sail number, but my best guess is it is the sailor from Naval Boys School, which is Youth Sailing Club, which is 222649. That is Hriday Joshi. So at the moment, the key would be for Vivan to try and catch up with Akash. So at the moment, it does look like Akash is much faster than Vivan, and the third sailor is actually catching up with Vivan. So at the moment, it does look like Vivan is struggling. He is not focusing and is panicking, seeing the other sailor come close to him. So the first boat seems pretty clear, with Vivan looking like he is struggling. He's finally in the wind pressure, so he will be able to do well. We can also see the Opti sailors on the same coast who are rounding and going for their racing with the same top two remaining from Malaysia. It is sail number 902 and 901 who are racing with the Sri Lankan sailor with sail number 357, who is in the third position. So one-sided play from the Green Fleet out here, from the Malaysian sailors. The first being Mohammed Zulfan Akif, who is leading the race in Opti Green Fleet. We are still following the race for Ilka 4 boys, and it does look like Vivan is being challenged by Hriday Joshi with sail number 222649. It's a close race for the second position out here. It's a good fight between the second and third, with fourth sailor actually slowly catching up with the fleet. So the idea being that the sailors need to go more right. The first pressure, or the pressure on the downwind leg, does look like it is on the right hand side of the course. With that, you can see from this angle the Opti top three are also on the same course and the downwind leg. Right now it does look like Vivan is doing enough to be able to remain second, but it's going to be a close fight at the downwind mark. At the moment, it does look like Vivan must be praying for the mark to reach or come as soon as possible. Akash has done everything right so far with good tacks and sailing the angles really well with good speed. So he has good comfortable lead, and going in will be able to finish first. This is a good spot to witness the race. Let's see if we can keep the drone.
Change kar angle.
So with that, we can see Akash actually rounding the leeward mark and will be heading for the finish. He is in a comfortable position and sailing really well. So good sailing out there by Akash Kumar, who is from TSC, Trishna Sailing Club, and will with sail number 207335. His hope would be that he is not UFD, but he has sailed a good race, commendable, and will be finishing first in the Ilka 4 boys. Now the fight is between Vivan and the third sailor, who I am assuming is Hriday Joshi from the Naval Youth Sports Club. So here is second and third position, and I'm not able to see the sail number, but Akash is finishing first, and that's a good finish from Akash Kumar, who gets the gun in race number 8. And here we have the second and third sailor coming in hot. I'm not able to see their sail number, so let me see if I will be able to. Can we have a better visual of the finishing line? And I cannot confirm who the second and third sailor are, but they have sailed really well. I'm assuming it is Hriday and Vivan. So it was the Sri Lankan sailor who actually managed to catch up. Oh wow, Vivan did lose out 2 boats. He was sailing well and he lost out to the Sri Lankan sailor who managed to squeeze in. 649. So Hriday has finished 4th in this race, and the Sri Lankan sailor who did extremely well again catching up with the fleet. And in fifth spot is 22114. 22114 is Rajveer Yadav, who is coming in today at the second spot in the overall standing. So race number 8 getting done for these Ilkafo boys, who did have a good race, a challenging one, and the question will be to know who are the sailors who were UFD in the race number 8. With that, we have the Opti sailors who are also finishing the race. We have the Malaysian sailors who finished first and second, and just behind was a Sri Lankan sailor. So the top 3 being Sri Lanka, Malaysia in the green fleet of the Optimist. So Mohammad Zulfan Akif is clearly leading the race and has got the victory and an overall standing. Got 2 guns today, so his worst being a 4th place finish, and is doing well, closely followed by TM Anirudh, who is in the 3rd position on the overall standing for the racing event. So a lot of positions are going to swing in the Ilka 4 boys. I'm not too sure about the Ilka 4 girls. It is tough to track once the race gets going. So let's see from a drone angle what we can find. Oh yeah, we have the 420s as well on the same course and are going for their finish. So still a lot of Ilka sailors out there who are going for their finish, but even this 420 finish looks pretty close. It is between the Malaysian sailor and the Indian sailors who are doing well. There's a lot of rocking from the 420 sailors, but they are all approaching the finish line right now. So good racing out there from all these youth sailors. So 4th YI Northeast Regatta 2026 having some intense racing out there with beautiful condition here at Omyam Lake. The event is sponsored by Meghalaya government in support from Meghalaya Tourism Department. The event is being organized by Omyam Sailing Club in support from Uday Sailing Foundation under the burgees of Yachting Association of India. With that, we'll take a quick break and we will be back for the next set of racing. We will keep the visuals going. I'll be back on commentary very soon. And we are back live in commentary for the 29er race at the 4th YI Northeast Regatta 2026. We have a clear start from the 420s as well. This is race number 7 for them. I just got a confirmation from the race committee. It was a clear start for the 420 class of boat. A lot more tactics required to sail the 420 class of boat. Extremely good teamwork. It's a way more tactical, and a lot of thought needs to go in the pre-setting. So tough conditions out there for the 420 class of boat. A lot of tacking would be required from these young sailors. At the moment, it does look like the Malaysian sailor on the right opting to go complete right, and has decided to tack now. So idea being that they would want to sail in clear wind and not fight it out in the fleet, which will help them catch at least one or two boats. So a tough decision for them. Meanwhile, we can also focus on the 29er, who will be on their downwind leg, who are on their upwind leg, going for the mark rounding right now. I can see the first boat that will be rounding the windward mark. With that, the 420 is opting to play the middle left and the top boat on the left hand side. Actually, the Malaysian sailor who opted to come right has gained on top of the fleet. So the fact that 4 of these boats decided to fight it out has given an advantage to the sailors on the rightmost. So it's a complete mix. It truly depends on which side the sailors decide to opt and sail the pressure as well. So what I love about Umyam Lake so far is that you can spectate the race from the land, as well as there's live music. A lot of people who have opted to come and watch the racing. So sailing's truly picking up at Umyam Lake. The venue is one of the finest in India so far, where you can see the racing as well as enjoy the activities on shore. At the moment, we are following the 420 class of boat, where they are underway on their 7th race in this event. We have a lot of national and international teams who are racing in this format. We have teams from Malaysia, Russia, Sri Lanka, who have opted to continue racing post the Indian Sailing League. So it is a follow-up event from the Indian Sailing League. The event is hosted by Umyam Sailing Club under the burgees of Yachting Association of India, with support from Uday Sailing Foundation, the sponsors being Meghalaya Government and Meghalaya Tourism Department. With that, we are watching the start of the Ilka 4 boys, who will be starting soon, and this will be their 9th race in the event so far, with this being the 3rd race for the day. As you can see, most boats are opting to be near the pin, as it has favored in the last 2 races. So 8 seconds to go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and it's a start for the Ilka sailors. Ilka 4 boys have started. The flag is down and the boats have started their race. So
One boat UFD.
So we can hear from the race committee. They have mentioned there is one boat which was near the pin is UFD. So unfortunate for that sailor, whereas rest of the fleet had a clear start. So except one sailor, everyone else has everything to play for in this race. With that, the first few 420 sailors are approaching the starboard lay line, and will pretty soon tack onto starboard side and will head towards the windward mark. Meanwhile, on the same course, you can see the 29ers on their downwind leg as they've rounded their first beat. So an interesting race out there. Let's see what the Ilka sailors are opting to do, with the fleet opting to come all the way right. Good start for people who started from the pin. and have got a significant advantage as it was the favored side. Here you can see the fleet has decided to go on as they were able to see the 29er as well as the 420 start before them. So they have a much better understanding of what the wind is doing. And here we can see the 420s reaching the windward mark at the moment. So it's a close race between the top 5 with 3 boats fighting it out on the port tack. The wind is swinging near the port side, so on the left hand side there is a lot more swing, and similarly the sailors who decide or opt to go towards the left will be the biggest gainers. As you can see, a lot more wind is swinging. So with the 420 racing, we can see that it is going to swing left, and let's see if the Ilka sailors, Ilka 4 boys, will be able to use this strategy. So for the first few 420s now rounding the windward mark.
Sir, how much time more for racing? How much time more? What is going on? I don't know. I'll just come back.
So few of the 420 races.
Last day of the day for 29ers, they are already racing. Also, Ilka for boys are racing. Now we have and 420 is also already on the racing area. So they will finish this race and then they will be moving out.
So as you can hear from the race committee, these are the last few races for the fleet. It suddenly looks really fast and windy. A lot of pressure coming in from the left. The first few 29er sailors struggling out there, they did capsize. So this is sail number 69 really struggling out there and have decided to put their spinnaker down. Meanwhile, we have the 420s who have rounded their windward mark and are now on their downwind leg. Here are the top leaders in the 29er fleet, with the Malaysian sailors leading the race, closely followed by the Indian sailors. So sail number 69 losing out, with Indian sail number 350 deciding to tack on top of the Malaysian girls and deciding to cover them. They are opting to go all the way right. So a good fight between the top 3 out here. Let's see if we can go to the windward mark and see if we can follow the Ilka 4 boys race. So here you can see the last few 420 boats rounding the windward mark. So clearly the Ilka 4 are struggling in these conditions, are taking time to reach the windward mark. They are halfway through. Let's see if we can come little more left onto the coast to see all the Ilka 4 sailors. Here you can see Ilka 4 sailors, the ones on the left have clearly got an advantage with sail number 222622. Let me see if I can tell you who that is. 222622. So at the moment 222622 is Mohammed Rizwan from Naval Youth Sailing Club NYSC, who looks to be leading the race at the moment, but only at the windward mark we will be able to confirm who the real leader is. But at the moment it does look like these are the top sailors in this race, closely followed by 211783. That is Dhoki Satvik from NYSC. So both the sailors are from the same club, who are approaching from the left hand side of the coast. So 2 sailors who were positioned 12th and 16th at the start of the day are leading the race in the Ilka 4 boys in the race number 3 for the day. So interesting to see, even the back markers are able to show their skills and are able to lead the race. This has been the trend throughout the day with the Opti boys in the main fleet as well as even in Ilka 4 so far. So a lot of mix up, and that just shows the quality of racing out here in via Northeast Regatta 2026. The fleet is really good. Even the back markers are able to be on the top. So it just shows that sailors are around the whole fleet are really good, and the difference is just minor between the top sailors and the bottom sailors of the fleet. With that, this is the 420 that we are following. We will just go more right and see the first few Ilka sailors. So here you can see a better visual of the first few Ilka sailors who have rounded the windward mark and the offset mark, are now on their run. And for them, the good part is that they can see the 420s and 29ers ahead of them, which will give them a better understanding of what is happening on the run. So right now the first two are fighting, as well as the third and fourth position boats are fighting. The pack is very close to one another. The fleet at the moment is compact. Here you get a better visual of the tactics that these kids will have to play for. At the moment it does look like all of them opting to, like the four boats opting to go all the way right, whereas one of the sailors, being smart, who was in the fifth spot, has opted to go much lower when compared to the rest of the fleet. So four sailors opting to go on a broad reach all the way. So a very different race out here, sailors using different strategies. It does seem more like a broad reach, but at the moment it does look like the sailors who are opting to go more on the left might get an advantage. So here it does look like more of a team racing going on between the mid four boats. A lot of tactics in play. The sailors opting to go more left slowly with opening their sails. So broad reach to run situation out here, and it is going to be interesting amongst these four who would round ahead. So with that, the green fleet for Optimist has started. The race committee has confirmed that it was a clear start. So no one was OCS in the green fleet. With that, you can see the visual of the Ilka 4 sailors. So much to fight. Right now it does look like it was smart to play and go right all the way. So the race leader opting to be in the middle is struggling. So the sailor on the rightmost is doing very well and clearly was able to see what the race leaders in the 420 were doing. So he has got a strategy in mind and is able to execute it well. So the bottom mark rounding is going to be something that we will need to watch out for, as there will be so many boats that will come for the mark rounding. The gate mark rounding is going to be an interesting watch. At the moment it does look extremely beautiful. So you can see from the drone shot all these Ilka 4 boats now approaching the gate mark. There are about 6 to 7 boats who will be coming in hot for the bottom mark rounding, and it will be crucial to see which of the gate marks would the Ilka 4 boys choose. This is the Ilka 4 girls who are racing behind the boys and have just rounded the windward mark. These are the top 3 positions in the women's category of the Ilka 4, and closely followed by the 420s who are on the second upwind and will round and go for the finish. So good racing out here. Let's go to the bottom mark to see what this visual is going to be. Oh my god, it is interesting and it is a bit chaotic out there. A lot of room required. Everyone opting to go for the right hand mark at the gate. So it would be smart for few of the sailors to actually just go on the left, and they will be able to at least get one or two boat after the mark rounding. The first boat has rounded. I am unable to see, and the second boat has also rounded with 2-3 squeezing in. There is a mark touch. Lot of the boats have there will be a lot of penalties coming in, and there will be a lot of protests. The jury really watching out the race and will be noting the incident. With that, the leader has decided to tack away and get onto the port tack. Let's see if we can follow the Ilka 4 races. These are the 29ers who are coming in for the finish. The first boat being India 350, who is sailing without the Jenniker and losing out position. So I wonder why did they decide not to fly the Janekar, they have lost out one position, but in the men's they will get their victory. So the Malaysian girls overall finishing ahead of the boys, but now with that the 29ers are done for the day and will be heading back. So India number 350, that is Mayank Rajput and Rudesh Singh, win in the boys race. With that the women's race is won by Noor Izeni and Aina Zulkia from Malaysia, who have done well in the last few races of the 29er fleet. Let's follow the Ilka racing. Let's see where the boys are up to. Here is the green fleet of Optimist, who are on the same course as rest of the fleet. Most of the kids opting to go left, and it's a usual trend. We can see that. So sail number 69 in 29er boys, the sailors from TSC struggling out there with the capsize. They will have to put their spinnaker in and recover the boat and head for finish. So a struggle out there for the 29er, as well as you can also notice few sailors who have capsized. So an interesting race going on out here for these sailors. At the moment you can see the wind has picked up a bit, and all these Ilka sailors look really fast on the upwind. So they look like they are coming in hot and they are really fast. With that, the few Opti sailors in the green fleet have rounded, and the first boat being a Sri Lankan sailor, closely followed by the Malaysians and an Indian sailor. So the trend for the top three has been that the two Malaysian sailors followed by a Sri Lankan sailor are fighting it out for the top position. But overall standings, it is Mohammad Zulfan Akif who is the event leader in the green fleet of the Opti, and closely followed by T.M. Anirudh, and there is a Malaysian girl sailor who is leading the girls section, and overall coming second it is Noor Iman Zufia who is coming second with sail number 901 MAS and T.M. Anirudh. So the top three really being consistent out here. You can see one of the Ilka 4 girls who is stuck near the windward mark and is struggling to round it. So a lonely race for her, whereas everyone else in her fleet have already rounded and are far ahead. With that, we will have the first few Ilka 4 boys rounding the windward mark now. You can see the fleet coming in hot, and they are with good fight here for the top position. So this will be an interesting race to watch. Because of the sunlight, we are not able to get their sail number, but if you notice, it is going to be an interesting race. So I can see one of the boys rounding. I'm not too sure if he is the race leader at the moment. Let's go back to the windward mark. The black mark. Let's go to the black mark. Yes, here are the first few boats with 222620. It's a sail number that I'm familiar with now. So let's see who that is. Okay, Ilka 4 boys. Let's see. 6620 is Indranil Roy, who is doing really well. He's had a good day today so far. I can see someone doing a penalty out there. So either it was a mark touch or somebody gave him a penalty. So let's see if we can follow the leader at the offset mark. They will be on their downwind leg. Can you pan the camera a little left to see the leaders in the Ilka 4 boys? It's an interesting race going on out there for the boys. So here are the last few boats in the Ilka 4 boys who are rounding the mark. Here you can see the Opti green fleet, the two Malaysians fighting it out to the finish. It's going to be a close finish between the two. At the moment it does look like Malaysia number 901 will take the victory, and closely followed by MAS 902. He is doing a penalty. I'm not too sure what is the reason for penalty, but he has opted to do a penalty. So maybe there was a mark touch or a penalty given to him. With that, the Sri Lankan sailor has managed to cross him and finish second. So good result for TM Anirudh. But the first was taken by the girl. Meanwhile, we are back with the Ilka 4 racing. We can see Indranil Roy leading the race, closely followed by 2:07.335. That is Akash Kumar. Once again, Akash Kumar doing really well. Today has been a good day for him. And there are 3 boats behind him. It is sail number 8191. That is Rahul Sonar, who is from TSC. He coming in today was in the 3rd spot, but did not have first 2 races that well. So this will be a good finish for him if he is able to finish 2nd or 3rd. So let's go to the Ilka 4 racing. These are the Green Fleet sailors from the Optimus who have finished the race and are heading back, with the race winner being MAS 901. With that, here we have the Ilka 4 sailors. Let's go to the bottom mark where there will be a gate. So we will have the sailors in Ilka 4 going for their gate mark rounding on the 2nd run.
अरे leaders को follow करो ना, Ilka 4.
Here are your race leaders in the Ilka 4. A close race between the top 6, with Indranil leading the race, closely followed by Akash. So a tough fight out here for the 2nd position.
और left करो, और left.
So here you can see Indranil losing out to Akash. Akash gaining from the left hand side of the course. Meanwhile, there is a tough fight between 3 of the sailors here. One of them is stuck in island with sail number 211783. It is Dhoki Satvik from NYSC who is struggling out here. So this is the back few boats. Let's see if we can go. So here is the first Ilka 4 boat which is rounding, and I'm unable to see the sail number, but it does look like it is Arcane from CYMC with sail number so I'm unable to confirm the sail number of the race leader at the moment, but it's a tough fight for 2nd, 3rd and 4th position out there. So the first sailor who will be finishing for Ilka 4 has won by a comfortable margin. The sail number ending with 45. Let's see if I can 197415. That is Sylvester Kilmove, who has finished first and will be heading back to shore. He looks fast. He did get the gun, but I'm not too sure if he won the race. With that,
अरे finish पे जाओ यार.
so 207335. Let's see who that is. That is Akash Kumar finishing 2nd and has had a good day out there. He has been in the top 3 in all 3 races for the day and will definitely jump from 10th position and will make the move all the way till 6th is my prediction at the moment. Here you can see close finishes from almost 6 Ilka 4 sailors. So a good day of racing out there for all these Ilka 4 sailors. And with that, I think most of the races are done. We have only Ilka 4 girls who are still out there and racing. So Ilka 4 boys, the fleet seems to be really good, and most of the sailors are finishing together. And the day has been challenging right from the get-go for most of the sailors. Right from Optimist boys, Optimist main fleet to 420 to 29er, Ilka 4, Ilka 6, everyone has had a challenging day. And the matter of fact today was that most of the top sailors in each fleet had not done well. So it's an interesting watch. The consistency going out of the window for most of the top sailors in each of the fleet. It's not just one fleet, it is all the fleet except Optimus Green fleet, where the top three sailors were the same. It was two Malaysians and the Sri Lankan who did well in the Optimus Green fleet. Rest, all the results have been a mix. So it's a good result for the race committee and for the organizer to see the fleet really doing well, and there's been a mix. With all said and done, here is the first few Ilka girl sailor 211801 who has decided to jibe and may be going to the race committee to lodge a protest. So with that all said and done, I think we are done pretty much with all the racing for the day, and we'll continue to show the visuals. We are at Lake and we will be winding up soon. This was day 3 of racing. We have one more day of racing tomorrow morning, and after that we will be concluding the event. So far, great event for most of the sailors. The aim was to at least do 8 races, and the race committee has done a fantastic job to ensure that they are able to complete 8 races in most of the classes of boats, and that's good. So far so good. Let's see if we will be able to have few more races. At the moment it will be interesting to see the race result sheet at the end of the day, and tomorrow morning I will give you more updates on the finishes so far in each of the classes. With that, I will be signing out, and we'll see you guys tomorrow with a fresh commentary on new set of racing. This is the 4th YAI Northeast Regatta 2026, powered by Umyam Sailing Club in association with Yachting Association of India, and with that we'll sign off for the day.